Ladies and gentlemen, let me all welcome you at the conference, the 15th European Nuclear Energy Forum organized by the European Commission with the help of Czech Republic as an organizing country. Last time you have met more than 2 years ago to discuss aging and long-term operation of nuclear power plants in Europe. Already in 2019, the European nuclear fleet was old, and not too much has changed since then. Well, at least not in the field of nuclear resource recovery. Today, the average age of the EU nuclear fleet is more than 30 years, and around 90% of the existing reactors would be shut down around 2030. What has changed is the lecture we got, is that we've learned how dependent we can be and that we need to be independent when it comes to essential medicines, materials, and energy sources. The ambitious goals set by the Paris Agreement and broadened by Europe by the Green Deal now face serious constraints as the originally planned transition to green energy, which counted on gas, has become very costly and unsecure. That only increases the relevance of our efforts, and that raises the question of the role of nuclear energy in the European energy mix, changing the way we look at nuclear. Let me welcome here our honorable guests, the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Petr Fiala, the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Mr. Eduard Heger, European Commissioner for Energy, Mrs. Kadri Simpson, also Josef Síkela, the Minister of Industry and Trade of the Czech Republic, and Karel Herman, the Ministry of Economy of Slovakia. We have the whole day ahead of us to discuss the most up-to-date topics, but first, let us open the 15th European Nuclear Energy Forum properly, and that is where a most important person has a place. That's a place for our special guest. So it is my pleasure to welcome here the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Petr Fiala, and ask him for his welcoming speech.
Vážený pane předsedo vlády Slovenské republiky, vážená paní komisařko, dámy a pánové, vítejte na 15. Evropském jaderném fóru. Mám velkou radost, že vás mohu přivítat tady v Praze a že tuto významnou akci můžeme po 2 letech uspořádat bez výraznějších omezení. Přesto se však setkáváme v mimořádné době. Situace v Evropě
without significant restrictions. Nevertheless, we are meeting at an extraordinary time. The situation in Europe is, without exaggeration, critical. We are in the midst of an energy crisis linked to geopolitical pressures that Europe has not experienced for decades. Russia is directly to blame for the situation, but indirectly we are to blame ourselves because we have underestimated our energy security for too long. European economies need huge amounts of electricity every day to survive, and the prices have reached levels which this year made the life difficult for citizens and businesses alike. Critical energy shortages on our continent threaten everything we care about most. Above all, our security and independence, our prosperity and economic growth, but also our plans to transition to a more sustainable and cleaner economy. All this is at stake if we fail in this crisis. We must not compromise our principles in the search for solutions, but the situation demands us significantly rethink or re-evaluate our energy policy. First and foremost, we need to consider better our fundamental issues of our energy security. Neither the European Union nor any European state can afford to be dependent on any third party in the future. European energy sovereignty must become our main objective. At the same time, we must ensure that our energy sources are at least as clean as possible, that they reduce our emissions, that helps us to achieve the climate and sustainable economy objectives, to which we have recently committed ourselves. The real challenge is to reconcile the security, economic, social, but also foreign policy and climate dimensions of our energy policy. We therefore need an energy policy that is as resilient and sustainable as from the point of view of environment and in terms of the international security. We need stable energy sources with a low carbon footprint that's why we will continue to decarbonize our industries, while at the same time we will not jeopardize economic growth and the development of cutting-edge technologies. We believed in the power of science, of innovation, that moves us forward. And I'm absolutely certain that we will reach an energy efficiency that is yet unattainable. However, for the time being, electricity consumption will rise. Europe is using more and more electricity for heating. Electromobility is developing. Electric cars need to be powered from the electricity grid. The electricity will be increasingly needed to produce hydrogen, which will be key for energy storage. And already now we are facing a decision on what kind of high-intensity industrial production and what kind of industries will be maintained strategically in Europe, because the world remains unstable and global chains can break easily, as we have seen in the last 2 years. All this means that the demands on electricity will continue to grow in the nearest future. And it's no surprise that the answers to all these conditions lead us to the need to make maximum use of renewable and nuclear energy. We are counting on the development of renewables. I recall that in this year's State of the Union, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen spoke of the beginning of the real energy transformation in our continent, of investment in wind energy in the North Sea and the Baltic Sea, and the development of solar energy in Southern Europe, about the future of economy based on hydrogen. We take all these developments seriously. When we talk about the power and technological development and innovation, I'm also referring to renewable sources, which will meet an increasing proportion of our requirements in the future. The speed of their development over the last few decades has been enormous, and in time they could easily become an important source of our energy. That's simply a fact. But an equally serious fact is that renewables are not yet so stable that we can rely on them in our situation and with our current demands, especially in the countries where the prerequisites for solar, wind, hydro, and even geothermal energy are far from ideal. And the Czech Republic belongs to these countries. Our estimates clearly show that the Central European region will face a shortage of energy capacity already in the next decade. A resilient energy system in our environment cannot do without a stable, low-carbon source of electricity, and that's the nuclear. The combination of nuclear and renewables is the only safe scenario for us. The role of the state is to guarantee the investment security on this territory. And it's our duty to set up such investment framework to avoid energy shortages, and that could be done only through the investments in nuclear energy. There are several countries with a similar experience in the European Union. And I am really pleased that we have recently managed to reach a significant consensus on the EU level that the nuclear is really needed, in the current situation. Along this, we have achieved concrete successes so that will enable us to use it smoothly. We've discussed the taxonomy, and we managed to include nuclear energy among the supported technologies, which will allow us to expand our nuclear power plants to secure funding for these vital projects. The European Commission's Joint Research Centre, taking into account the opinions of the expert group, has made a technical assessment on nuclear power and its benefits and risks, and has taken into account the principle of no significant harm, and its conclusion was positive. The similar position was taken by the EU Economic Commission for Europe, which has identified nuclear energy as an important source of low-carbon electricity and heat, and therefore as a contributor to climate neutrality. The International Energy Agency has concluded that the total cost of electricity production from nuclear sources is fully comparable to that of renewables. These arguments also led to the political confirmation of the fact that the nuclear energy can contribute to reaching the European Union current objectives, including the objective of decarbonizing our economies. I believe it will always be proven that to jeopardize the status of nuclear power as a sustainable resource could be a step backwards, especially at a time when we need certainty of investment framework for our future vital strategic projects. In addition, I would like to recall that the European energy ministers recently called in their joint article in the European media, they call for accelerated investment in nuclear power in order to ensure a secure energy supply. A third of European energy ministers agreed that the EU should provide clearer guidelines for investment in nuclear energy. Increasing hydrogen production is one of the objectives where clarification of legislation and investment framework is proposed. This is the requirement that also follows from the measures taken by under REPower EU. It is hydrogen from nuclear sources that can become a cheaper, safer, and more sustainable alternative to other sources. Current initiative of EU rely only on hydrogen from renewables and on imports from abroad. However, it would be a pity not to use this resource, so we need to set up a legislative framework for it so that we are guided in our efforts to decarbonize purely by the emission intensity, not a priori by the origin of the raw material. The Czech government is taking important steps in the interest of our energy security and long-term energy stability. We are diversifying our resourcing, buying reserves, and simplifying the construction of new projects. In the field of nuclear energy, I consider the most important to be the launch of the tender for the expansion of the Dukovany nuclear power plant, which includes a non-binding option for the construction of additional units at the Temelín nuclear power plant. We also need to support the rapid development of small modular mass-produced reactors which have the potential to provide stable and clear energy to countries like the Czech Republic and may even become the basis for an overall nuclear renaissance. This is because they have the chance to overcome the disadvantages of large plants, are built to suit each location, which is very important. Modular reactor technologies are advancing rapidly, but much work is still needed to transfer their benefits into practice and ultimately lead to more affordable energy. In their current form, there is virtually no alternative but to build them on sites where large power stations already stand, which blurs their greatest advantages. This needs to be changed, and that's why we need to push for small reactors to operate under common legislation, which requires harmonization of international standards, safety assessments, permitting processes, environmental impact assessments, and other legislative measures, so that we can build them in the future in different locations according to actual demand. This requires an international consensus, optimally on the broadest possible international platform, and the European Union can be one of the leading voices in this debate. Our aim is to be able to benefit from modular reactors already during the 30s. That's why the Czech Republic is ready to become the leader in nuclear energy in our region. We have long-term experience, we have qualified experts, our population has the long-term positive attitudes towards nuclear power, and last but not least, it's in our national interest to develop nuclear power as quickly as possible. One of the first steps on this path was the establishment of the South Bohemian Nuclear Park, a pilot project in modular reactor research at Temelín Nuclear Power Plant, in which ČEZ, the Institute of Nuclear Research, Řeš, and the South Bohemian region are participating in this project. The first reactor is expected to be commissioned at the beginning of the next decade. Ladies and gentlemen, I am convinced that the nuclear energy and investments in it is one of the most natural responses to our current situation, and that's why we should pay adequate attention to it. In the light of the war in Ukraine, the energy crisis, in view of the projected demand for electricity and the pace of technological development, and last but not least, in the context of Europe's climate goals, the European Union should make the most of the benefits of nuclear energy. This is nothing less than our stability and our energy sovereignty. We have many urgent tasks ahead of us. We must quickly create better rules for investment in nuclear energy. We must encourage the development of new generation of reactors, and we also need to convince those who still doubt the nuclear energy. We must continue in our efforts. I believe that we who have the common goal must realize our efforts for the benefits of sufficient affordable energy for European citizens and businesses. Thank you for your attention and wish you a successful meeting.
Important points by the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Petr Fiala. And as ENEF is a forum that meets every year alternatively in Prague and Bratislava, and that since 2007 when it was founded, it is also a great pleasure to welcome here the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Mr. Eduard Heger.
Thank you very much. Mr. Prime Minister, Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this forum is very important. It is important that today we give a clear signal for Europe and also the whole of the world. We have gone, in the short term, we have gone through a period of big changes. We have witnessed the pandemic that caused big social but also economic shocks. And now there is a period even more difficult, the energy crisis. It has come in after a period of great prosperity, of great development and stability, including energy stability. These crises are really very difficult, but also it is a lesson for us. What we can see now comprises more elements. First, the unreliability of Russia as an energy supplier. Mr. Prime Minister has already said it. In the last decades, we have replaced our prior values, the values of the democratic world, with cheap oil and cheap gas. But this will not last anymore. There is nothing like cheap Russian gas. In general, there is no cheap gas in Europe. But even though we have big ambitions, and we need ambitions because we realize the climate changes, and it is correct that we have these ambitions for these energy ambitions, like the carbon neutrality till 2050, but still we have to understand what the reality is like, and we need to be prepared for this transition, and we need to recognize the ways how to achieve that. And the current period shows that we have not been ready for such a crisis, but now we can see that it can really happen, and we must take lessons from it. Looking at the long-term trend and the carbon neutrality goal, and the fact that we want to maintain the planet for the future generation, we need to decarbonize. Whether in the Czech Republic or in Slovakia, we already have experience. Slovakia is an industrial country, and decarbonization is a direct challenge for us, and I believe we will be successful. But it also means that we need to electrify our production processes. So we understand that we will need more electricity. The growth in the electricity demand will be even bigger, whether because of e-mobility, etc., and also because of other technologies that are being developed and that are based on electricity. For that, we will have to have enough sources. But that leads me to what Prime Minister Fiala has said. Stability needs to be present. It is clear. This crisis teaches us that we need to keep remembering that stability is necessary. And why am I saying that? Experience shows that nuclear energy is stable. We have this kind of experience, it is clear. And the nuclear technology today is safe. And what is also important from the viewpoint of climate changes, it is also low emission energy, very low emission energy. So this gives us the key, the essential package for being able to develop, to ensure sufficient amount of energy for our industry, for our production sector, but also it gives us the feeling of certainty to be able to develop also renewable sources, because the renewable sources is the future, and all countries invest in renewable sources, and we are going to continue in that, because this is the world of the future which we want to attain. But for that we need to have a realistic instrument to be prepared, not to have to increase the share of fossil fuels like gas or oil, because this is what is happening now. This leads to enormous costs, to enormous economic difficulties. So based on these foundations and on the experience of our two countries that have many proven data and rely on the development of nuclear energy, it is necessary to disseminate this signal, to spread this message to other countries as well, so that they understand why we consider nuclear energy so important for the energy mix. It is based on experience, and this energy crisis is a proof of this, because we can supply energy for stable and also affordable prices. We are able to provide stable supplies at which also generate very low emissions. And this also mitigates the impacts of the climate change. As I said, Slovakia and the Czech Republic are role models. The share of the electricity from nuclear energy is over 50%. Right now, we are commissioning the Mokovce power plant third unit, which will add another 13%. So 60% of our electricity will come from nuclear. And as Mr. Fiala has said, our people, our population understands that. They are not scared of it, because energy safety must be the first priority, because we have to provide that to our citizens. It is also necessary to see the side products. In Slovakia, we have experience in cities that use the waste heat from nuclear power plants. We supply this heat to the cities, which is a good thing. And but the biggest benefit is that we provide stable energy at affordable prices and reasonable prices. That is why I believe that the nuclear energy is also a way for achieving the goals of the European Union. And therefore, we are glad that nuclear energy has been included in the European taxonomy. We will see in future what is going to happen, and I believe that we will see that the nuclear energy will have its grounds, its reason. And this is therefore, it is important that nuclear energy has been recognized as a significant source of low emissions and low carbon energy. We also need to take into account the results of science. And again, this is proven by the experience gained in our countries. What is also important is to support the construction of new nuclear sources. It is happening, but the technologies are developing very fast. So now we have small modular reactors. Many countries are willing to build those, and therefore we need to open the doors to that to ensure the stability in energy supplies in this way. And the sources that we have in Slovakia need to be maintained for a time as long as possible while maintaining or securing full nuclear safety. But we can see that there are good practice examples globally that show that a nuclear reactor can be in operation for about 80 years. But at the same time, all the processes, whether licensing or anything else, need to be shortened, accelerated to gain the electricity from these safe sources. We need to be open and honest in talking about nuclear energy. In relation to young people, we need to support, to promote education, to educate next generation of young experts. I was present when the third block the third unit has been commissioned, so I could see that we have a new generation of highly qualified people in Slovakia, but we also need someone to replace them in future, the next generations, so that these young people, the future generations, can operate these sources, whether in Slovakia or elsewhere. We also need to find a effective, efficient solution for nuclear waste. There are several options. Yesterday, I visited Finland, where we spoke about deep repositories. These are the examples of how we should be looking for new solutions. And joint action is necessary in that. We can see that when developed countries act together, they can find more efficient solutions which probably could not be found by a single country. So whether we talk about the repositories or any other solutions, common solutions are the way to be taken for nuclear energy. Now, I would like to present a few conclusions. We can clearly see that supporting nuclear energy is the right strategic decision, because nuclear energy will ensure safety, security, and stability of supplies, but also decarbonized future for Europe. Nuclear energy does not only mean diversification, like transferring from natural gas to LNG, but it also means creating a fully fledged alternative. Nuclear energy is not a problem. On the contrary, based on our experience, based on how we are developing our own economy, based on the fact that our energy mix in Slovakia is really clean, we can see that nuclear energy is an irreplaceable part of resolving the current challenges and the future for Europe.
Eduard Heger, Prime Minister of Slovakia, and both the Prime Ministers mentioned very important topics that we'll go more into detail through the whole day at the 15th ENEF, the European Nuclear Energy Forum. As it was already mentioned by the Prime Ministers, the perception of nuclear energy has changed, first due to the emergency of climate action, but also due to technological development. And what is needed now is a gear shift on investment, as the EU's Commissioner, Kadri Simpson, calls it. Let me now welcome the European Commissioner for Energy, Mrs. Kadri Simpson, and ask her for her opening remarks.
Prime Minister Heger, Prime Minister Fiala, dear ministers, distinguished guests, good morning to everybody. And thank you very much to the Czech Ministry of Industry and Trade for hosting this year's ENEF. During my last appearance at a major nuclear conference about a year ago, I said that the conversation around nuclear energy in Europe has shifted. And 1 year later, it's even more pronounced. Today, I want to discuss what that new conversation looks like, the renewed potential of nuclear energy, the roadblocks standing in our way, and what needs to be done in the EU to remove them. First, energy security. We need to mobilize all parts of our energy system to stand strong against Russia's deadly geopolitics. Nuclear energy is no exemption. From an energy security perspective, Russia made it clear already before invasion that it was an unreliable supplier at best, dangerous at worst. This year, a number of EU member states have seen either partial or full reduction of energy supplies from Russia. And this is the context that led us to adopt our Repower EU strategy in May. Its aim is simple: to remove Russian fossil fuels from our system for good, to move away from unreliable supplier who uses energy as a weapon, and to move towards those we can trust, and to diversify our supplies where we can as we pursue our clean energy model for the future, meanwhile ensuring supply of energy for this winter and beyond. We still find ourselves in a situation where we have a critical dependence on Russia for nuclear fuel supply to Russian-designed reactors operated in 5 of our member states. And many other member states rely on Russia for services, conversion and enrichment. This needs to change because, as it is with gas, we cannot be fully secure of our energy supply if we are dependent on an unreliable source. For the past few months, the 5 countries with active Russian-designed reactors have been in discussions on what can be done to license alternative fuels that don't compromise on energy security. Nuclear energy can offer useful solutions in the current crisis and at the same time presents to us important security of supply challenges of its own. Second, our broadest challenge, climate. Next week, I will be traveling to COP27 to engage with policymakers, industry leaders, and civil society on the most significant challenge we face, our changing climate. Nuclear power, being amongst the lowest greenhouse gas emitters throughout its entire life cycle, has to be part of the decarbonization discussions. As you know, we are the first continent to aim for carbon neutrality by 2050. And we are already working towards the Fit for 55 and REPowerEU targets. The backbone of the future European carbon-free power system will be predominantly renewables. But the reality is that these renewables will need to be complemented with a stable baseload electricity production. And this is why nuclear energy is not just a safety and security concern, but also a real solution. Right now, nuclear power is the most prevalent low-carbon source providing the baseload we need for the stability of the electricity system. And in a year where security of supply issues have followed surging energy prices, we have seen how important is the availability of nuclear power. Based on our modeling, we expect that the share of the nuclear power to be roughly 15–16% of our electricity production in 2030 and also 2050 perspective. So the EU should have a stable generation capacity at the level of just over 100 gigawatts in the coming decades. Third, let's consider investment. I have laid out the why when it comes to unclear something we can all agree on. But without the investment, the how, we won't succeed in making nuclear fit for the future. Today, the average age of the EU nuclear fleet is greater than 30 years. And our analysis shows that without immediate investment, around 90% of existing reactors would be shut down around the time when we will need them most in 2030s. Maintain the same generation capacity as today by replacing retiring units with new reactors will need about 350 up to 450 billion euros of investment. Another 45 to 50 billion will be invested in long-term operation of existing reactors. All of this amounts to a hugely significant level of investment. And the cost of financing will play a key role in making nuclear energy production a competitive option. Today, we can see several EU member states plans to expand or build new plants in the future. Right now, there are 3 power reactors units under construction and already close to commissioning. And 5 other ongoing projects for building 6 more units are underway. And in the coming decade, 7 member states have plans to build about 20 additional nuclear power reactor units in the EU. Public investment will only get us so far, but we are sending the right signals to mobilize and incentivize the private sector in the same endeavor. That's why the EU Taxonomy Delegated Act, including nuclear activities, is so important and will enter into force in January. It will help our industry to upgrade safety and efficiency at sites and construct new reactors with the most advanced technologies. On top of that, as stated already in our plans for improvements to the electricity market design, we are looking into long-term contracting to ensure investments in firm and low carbon capacities. It is indeed the starting point of the reform that consumers need to benefit from the clean and affordable power production. Fourth, the potential of innovative nuclear technologies for our integrated energy system. When coupled with other energy sources, including renewables, nuclear power can lead to even more efficiency gains, improve grid stability, and our security of supply. But nuclear power can also provide a great contribution to further electrification, hydrogen production, and heat generation for buildings and industry. Small modular reactors are an important solution to integrate our energy system and decarbonize the sectors that pose the biggest challenge. And our aim is to have the first European SMRs to go live at the start of the next decade. Because of that, in Europe, demand for this new technology is on the rise. In a wide range of EU member states, there is interest in innovative solutions SMRs can offer. I know that industry is responding to this emerging demand with several EU designs already under development. And we are providing backing with our EU Research and Innovation Framework Programme, Horizon Europe. And we are closely following the stakeholders' initiative on the launch of the European SMR Partnership. This is a way to work with everyone involved, industry, researchers, customers, and national authorities to develop the best regulatory approaches possible for SMR licensing. Finally, given the new context we find ourselves in, I want to ask whether our nuclear energy ecosystem is fit for EU's climate and energy objectives. The nuclear energy industry and its related activities represent a high-tech industrial sector in EU economy and a significant source of GDP, added value, employment, and exports. But the future prospects of the nuclear sector and its contribution to decarbonization objectives cannot be taken for granted. We need readiness of all the actors in the EU nuclear sector: utilities, designers, equipment manufacturers, regulatory authorities, to face the forthcoming challenges and opportunities and allow nuclear sector sustained and material contribution. Our priority is to ensure that nuclear energy is used only with the highest standards of safety. This is a constant for existing nuclear installations and technologies, and also for the future ones. But we need to comprehensively assess the situation of the sector through different strands, legal, financial, technical, and skills needed for the development and operation of a safe and competitive nuclear energy industry. The discussion topics chosen for this afternoon can usefully launch such a reflection. Ladies and gentlemen, since the last ENEF, the story of nuclear has changed in many ways. Though we are not where we expect it to be, the future for nuclear looks very bright. It's crucial that we work together, policymakers, industry, technology leaders, to turn the opportunity into reality. Thank you.
European Commissioner for Energy, Mrs. Kadri Simpson, thank you very much. And thank you very much to all of you for opening the important topics that we'll have plenty of time to go through in more detail, even though those topics really need loads and loads of time. But for now, let me thank to Petr Fiala, the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, Eduard Heger, Prime Minister of Slovakia, Kadri Simpson, European Commissioner for Energy, for opening the session. And I just may invite you for later on, as the ministers, Josef Sikela and Karel Hirman, will be closing the morning session with their closing remarks. And if I may ask you all, Mr. Prime Ministers and ministers, to go this way, because actually we would need a photo moment here in front of the flags. So I'll just move aside so that the photo is nice and clear. And the photo will get us to the continuing part of the morning session, which will go into detail of a few of the topics that we've heard about. And first, we are going to focus on carbon-free European power systems with the focus on integration costs and options for nuclear and renewables. We have so-called world cafes ahead of us, where we'll aim for public opinion on those topics mentioned by the Prime Ministers and Mrs. Commissioner. So we'll go through that very soon, just after the photo moment of the Prime Ministers and the Commissioner. And we thank you for opening the whole European Nuclear Energy Forum. I think applause will be nice to accompany them. Thank you. So let me get back to our topics. We first are going to focus on carbon-free European power systems with the focus on integration costs and options for nuclear and renewables. As we aim for climate neutrality or climate neutral economy in 2050, more than 80% of now I'm just reminding what we've said, of electricity should be coming from renewables, and what we've heard, 15 to 16% should be from nuclear as the backbone of the backbone of future European power system. But it all has its costs, as we need the system to be stable, reliable, and also the electricity to be secure and affordable. All that in line with Repower EU plan. How to make it work? That's a question for our first topic, a topic that will start with impulse statements here in the main hall that will give us a basis for the future discussions within 4 parallel World Cafes. The World Cafes means we'll have 4 parallel sessions where you will all be participating. I hope so. You had a chance to register for 2 of them in the morning and 2 of them in the afternoon. Some of you haven't used the chance to register, so you will now have the possibility to choose only from 2 more. But for those discussions, we need to have the impulses. So we start with our impulse speakers that I would like to invite to join me here at the stage. Let me welcome Bojan Tomic, Managing Director at Enconet Consulting, and also Franziska Bremberger from the Vienna University of Economics and Business. Come and join me at the stage, please. I'm not sure if we have Franziska here. I cannot see her. But we also have Thomas Veran, the Executive Director at RTE, the French transmission system operator in charge of strategy, planning and evaluation, who is connected with us remotely, so via video. And those impulse speakers will give us the impulses for our future discussions. So it's very good to listen carefully what they have to say, because then all of you will be asked to have your opinion, to discuss it at the World Cafes. So Thomas Veran, if we can hear each other, would be good that I know.
Yes, we can.
Great, perfect. Welcome to the
Can you
European
hear me?
Nuclear. Yes, I can.
Great.
So, welcome to the European Nuclear Forum.
Thank you very much for your introduction, ladies and gentlemen. First, thank you very much for your invitation, and really sorry not to be here with you in your magnificent city of Prague. Pressing familial issues hold me back in Paris. I will try anyway to discuss with you the subject remotely and doing my best to do as if I were with you. As you know, net zero is quite recent as an objective for our societies, and in order to climb that mountain, we decided back to 2019 to launch a huge study to designing scenarios aiming at net zero. So RTE was tasked to do so at the request of the French government and at the request of many stakeholders. We had 2 years of intensive consultation with anybody interested, and a lot of people are really interested into net zero on nuclear and on renewables. And so we made this study early last year in 2021. We published the first joint report with the International Energy Agency on the technical feasibility of a system with high share of renewables. We launched at that moment a public consultation on the scenarios, and in October 2021 we published a complete report on scenarios. So those scenarios, we assessed them on a wide range of issues. First, the technical one. So of course this means European modeling. We cannot just do a study on France only. This means this has no meaning whatsoever. Second, we made an integration of climate change through different scenarios of the IPCC in order to be sure that the infrastructure we are thinking of is really able to go through climate change. Second, we made an economic assessment. I'm going to be back later on this one. We assessed the carbon footprint, land use, nuclear waste, and all the materials needed to build those new electrical systems. And of course, last, we made a social assessment just to figure what this means for the society as a whole. Basically, we studied 2 families of scenarios for the electricity mix. The first one is on the left on this slide. Either we decide not to build new reactors, new nuclear reactors, and in the long range, our power system will be heading towards 100% renewables. This would happen in 2050 or in 2060 if we want to be carbon neutral. This is the first kind of, the first family of scenarios. And the second family is to decide to build new reactors, and that would be, of course, in addition to renewables, but still we would have, in the long run, a system which is based on nuclear units and on renewables. So we studied all those kind of scenarios, trying to assess all that I have presented in the previous slide. Regarding the scenarios with nuclear new build, they differ according to the scale of the investment. By 2050, that would be between 8 new big reactors, this is scenario N1, and 14 new reactors, plus some small reactors, plus a maximum extension of the duration of the operation of existing units. This leads to N3 scenarios, and this also means that even if the investment in nuclear units is important, renewables in addition are completely necessary. They will be the backbone of our future power system. We assessed the cost of those scenarios, including system costs. That means grids, that means flexibilities, that means storage. And in this slide, I presented the results of the different scenarios. What are the big conclusions? Building new reactors, so scenarios with the letter N on the right part of the chart, it makes sense, even if renewables are very competitive. It makes sense, particularly if this allows for significant capacity for a country like France. That would mean between something in the region of 40 gigawatts for new and old nuclear units to be in operation in order to avoid a too big investment in grids and large storage. And if we manage to have this kind of capacity, we have an overall cost, system cost of the scenario, which is quite less expensive for scenarios with new reactors. This advantage is not huge, and it depends on a large variety of factors, but mostly the way those reactors are financed. So financial conditions for new investments is really key to have a competitive scenario with new nuclear. It's not a huge advantage, but it seems confirmed in the vast majority of the stress tests we have implemented, because of course we do that with plenty of different hypotheses in order to be sure that the conclusion is robust enough to be presented. And we have checked those hypotheses with all the stakeholders in order to be sure that they were shared by the community. So this is for the economic analysis, and my last slide would be the following one. Regarding the risk, basically each scenario has a kind of risk profile. It's not the same. Of course, for scenarios with new nuclear, we need to be able to commission a large number of new nuclear reactors in countries in Europe where this has not been done in the last years. But scenarios with high share or a very high share of renewables have also a risk profile, meaning that we had the conclusion that scenarios with a very high share of renewables, or the only one calling for the lifetime of extension of existing reactors beyond 60 years, are the ones where we have a major technological challenges for reaching net zero by 2050. So I hope, of course, it is a huge study with 2.5 years of consultation. It's difficult to sum up in 7 minutes, but I give you some food for thought, I hope, and welcome to further discussion in the slides or after. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for your impulse speakers and for sharing with us the possible scenarios for France on the way to net zero. Now it's time for Bojan Tomic, Managing Director at ENEF Consulting, who has a lifelong experience in nuclear industry. Previously, he worked, for example, at the Nuclear Safety Department at International Atomic Energy Agency. So now he's going to focus on the carbon-free European power system, how to make the integration work in your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for inviting me here. I'm very happy to share with you a few of the thoughts, and those thoughts are not coming as a conclusion like we heard in the previous presentation. They're more coming like a food for thought for actually entertaining your discussion in the World Cafe that comes afterwards. So, what is my thought here? How to make the integration works. We have heard that true priority of today, of course, is to have to phase out the carbon from our energy system. How to do that with affordable cost, with dispatchability and security of supply is a big challenge. We do know that EU long-term vision, we heard that repeatedly today, is 80% from VRE. VRE stands for variable renewable energy, and 15% for nuclear. But when we look at some numbers about the penetration, and we also heard that from my colleague just before here, if we have about 30% of penetration, we have no zero price hour, and we have a system cost which are under 15 euros per megawatt hour. If we are coming to something like 50%, the zero price hours, meaning that we have too much power for the network to, or for consumers to consume, are coming to something like 1,200 hours per year. For 75%, we are even coming to something which is almost half of the year of free power. This little graph here, which is the real situation in the Netherlands, shows you what is the whole story. The green line is the consumption, the blue one is the wind production, and of course the yellowish one is the solar, and you see that we have two peaks that we are actually going beyond what the grids needs. What does that lead to? Of course, it leads to a volatility in the price, it leads to uncertainty, who is going to produce the power when there are no renewables, and it leads to cost and capacity risks. We may be facing situations where we don't have a capacity, we don't have a power. The fact of the matter, which we also heard before, is with nuclear, the backup power to back up for renewables is drastically reduced. Why is that? Because VREs are per se no backup capable. Because if you have no wind on the North Sea, it doesn't matter how many windmills you have out there, none of them is going to produce. If there is a night, it doesn't matter how many gigawatts of solar you have, they're not going to produce. So they are not backup capable. Or if we say that there are regions in Europe, there would be the regions where the wind would always blow, the sun would not always shine because we are in one time zone, then, well, we need a high grid cost, as it was also just mentioned in the previous situation. This is more a food for thought, and I don't want to go into the details. It basically compared the investment cost, the marginal cost, the load follow capability, and possibilities of expansion of the VREs, nuclear, hydro, batteries, and hydrogen power-to-power backup. I would just like to say a few things. The use of nuclear as a base load is an economical decision. It's a not technical decision. Nuclear plants, and we know that today in France, are fully capable of oscillating and following the grid variation up to a certain extent. I'll come to that later. But the high investment and low marginal cost of nuclear is actually contrary to operation in the load follow mode, actually not the full operation. Other things which we have here, we have batteries, we are hearing, or we have been hearing more, we are hearing less now. They are very okay for the short-term backup, for a few hours, but they are not a backup for days or even longer, I mean several days, not to say weeks, because of their low power density, high investment cost, etc. And the hydrogen, which we again heard today that it might be one of the panacea for this thing, people who looked at this figure out that actually, first of all, power to storage to power with hydrogen is a very expensive proposition. And the second is pretty much energy inefficient. So do we really want to do that, and what are we ready to pay for this? So what is the nuclear challenge? How could nuclear be competitive with other low carbon or no carbon sources? Of course, first of all, system aspects. We have a capability, we have reliability, and we have continuous dispatchability. We also heard today a very important element of the footprint. People are waking up that you can have an EPR reactor which has about 800 meters across the site boundary, and in order to have that in a solar or wind or whatever, you need many, many square kilometers of actually land or sea to build it on. Nuclear does have the ability to provide the other services, which is heat or process or desalinization. We heard that, but again, one has to be very careful here, because if we don't have, again, continuous production of heat or the process energy, our industrial processing using that are going to lose. Actually, you cannot have a non-dispatchable heat. But the flexibility for nuclear in general is very expensive. If we want to do that, how can we make it work? In my view, there are three elements of interest. First of all is the technical. Second one is location of power sources, and this is mainly in this case a grid and the area that you may use. And the third, of course, the most important one, the cost and financial issues. In the other words, how to make it affordable. The location and technical, nuclear is designed for the base load. Everybody knows that. Everybody who is in this business knows that. Nuclear has been all been designed. More hours you operate, better for everybody, cheaper the energy and everything else. But large nuclear and SMRs in particular, they can well operate in load follow. However, when they're above about 50% of the power. That may vary a little bit, but this is order of magnitude what we are talking about. From 50 to 100%, you can have an EPR that goes up and down, and it's not that much difficulties with this. Once you are below 50% of the power, the load follow is still possible, but it's first of all not economic because you are continuing to have your operation and maintenance costs. You have a very poor fuel utilization. And if you, for example, the NuScale SMR is having a concept of operating in the steam dump mode to actually to disload the turbine, well, then you are having energy loss in your steam dump. I mean, is that what we want to do or not? Some SMR designs claim for full flexibility 0 to 100% range. I would like to read a small print because, yes, this is technically possible, but again, what is the cost? What is the efficiency of this? Better economy could clearly be achieved if we are using power from nuclear for industrial heat or a green hydrogen in this case. With SMRs, there is a paradigm change, and I'm not quite sure if this is going to be in Europe as it is now in the United States. Many of you might have seen in October this year, the US NRC decided to give for the NuScale reactor, to give a redefinition of the emergency planning zone. As you know, this is the zone around the reactor, low population, etc. So for the NuScale reactor, the emergency planning zone is the plant boundary. That means that actually you can really repower old thermal power plants. You can go with a small reactor somewhere where you need industrial heat, etc., and to come there. I already said little impact on environment, land use is an issue. And another important element, if we do have this continent-wide transfer of power from north to south or south to north or whatever, we need a massive amount of high-voltage grid. Who is going to pay for it? Why the nuclear should pay for it if we are not the ones causing this? Because it's renewables who is causing all these power needs on a massive scale to be transported. And finally, the economy. With many zero-price hours, the merit order that we have nowadays in the grid makes little sense. Because if you have 3,000 hours of no-cost power, I mean, what is the merit order? We are talking about the remaining 4,000 hours or 5,000 hours of the whole year. In such a situation, nuclear would operate only occasionally. What does that lead to? Your cost of energy being very high. Okay, so to be economical, either nuclear needs to be paid for the standby, for the function it provides in its reliability of supply, security of supply, or to be paid for non-operating hours, or we have to get that power used in some other way in order for nuclear to gain its value, which is there. In general, nuclear offers clearly a less risky, we saw that a nice graph from the previous speaker, less risky and cheaper path to to net zero. If we go with 100% renewables, which somebody are claiming it's possible, I personally don't believe that it is possible at all. It's not that just we have a high development cost. We have a high storage need, and then we have the new high voltage grid that needs to go with this. Technical innovation, non-electric production users, or advanced design, of course, it's something what we go for it. But I think even more is the changes of policy. We have to put the real value of availability. We have to put the real value that we have a power today and not that we depend basically whether it is a sunny day outside or not. Land use, the financing, it was also mentioned in my by my previous speaker, and playing field for all non-carbon technologies. And I leave you here with I won't go too much into these graphs. I'm not quite sure how much you see from the back. These are the graphs that actually we developed for a study for the Dutch government on possible uses of new nuclear a year ago. The first one is sensitivity of the LCOE in euros per megawatt hour on the utilization factor. And I go from 100% at the bottom, at the very left, which are on 50, 60, whatever, you pick a number if you wish, of the nuclear, and I'm coming to something like 350 with a 20% utilization. So if we are coming to this 100% and 15% nuclear in the whole energy mix, where do we stand on this particular one? That's the question to be discussed in the groups. Thank you very much.
Bojan Tomic from the ENEF Consulting, thank you. It's very nice how next to each other is sitting a supporter of nuclear and representative of Austria, which is a nuclear-free country. We finally have Franziska Bremberger from Vienna University of Economics and Business here, who specializes on energy markets research as well as regulatory economics, and will now offer a different view on nuclear power plants only as a transitional technology. Franziska, happy you managed to get here via the highway T1, which is usually very packed. So I guess that was the case why you came quite late, but you managed to come here on time. So it's yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to influence discussions in this interesting ENEF morning session. I want to start with, you all know, at the moment, there's also the UN conference on climate change taking place in Egypt, also emphasizing the importance of the topic. So we all are aware that there needs to be done something in order to mitigate global warming and to mitigate the natural catastrophes arising. Yes. Actually, we already established the political framework to move to a sustainable society. The latest agreements, as we all know, are the Paris Agreement on the one hand and the 2030 agenda, actually. Can I press for the next slide? Yes. Okay. Much, then it's better now. Okay, so we already established the political framework in order to achieve the transformation to a sustainable society. The latest agreements are from 2015. So we have the Paris Agreement on the one hand, which aims at keeping global average temperature increase as close as possible to 1.5 degree compared to the pre-industrial levels. In order to contribute, the single countries formulated nationally determined contributions, which are checked in a 5-year cycle. On the other hand, we have the 2030 agenda, which formulated 17 sustainable development goals, which also should push the transformation to a sustainable society. The next slide is included to show you that, of course, the nationally determined contributions and the Sustainable Development Goals are closely connected. And a very important topic for all these aims is the energy field. We all know that energy is not only electricity, but consists of different fields. For example, we have the heating, we have the traffic, we have the waste disposal, and the electricity. All topics are covered in the later discussions here in the ENEF morning session. Electricity plays a crucial role due to the electrification and the digitalization. Yes, we are all aware that we try to shift from different energy fields to electricity, because electricity we can generate out of the renewable sources with less CO2 production. So we try to shift, for example, in different fields. So for example, instead of burning fossil fuels for heating the homes, we try to shift to electricity generated heat pumps, for example. Or also in the traffic area, we try to shift from the normal cars to the electric cars. So in very much areas, we can observe a shift towards electricity. Okay, because here we can use a lot of renewable sources. The European solution is formulated in the 2020-2030 package and then also in the 2050 long-term strategy, which tries to achieve the climate neutrality. So Europe wants to transform to the first green continent. Yes. Although most of the European countries already achieved the 2020 aims, you have some graphs included, and although Europe takes the second place when it comes to the installed capacity in renewables, it's still a long way, and we still need to do a lot in order to achieve the 2030 aims. So we can ask ourselves which effort is needed to achieve the political aims, and here a lot of keywords play a role. For example, the prosumers, or the innovative technology for producing the electricity like Energheit, or also the innovative financial concepts like the crowdfunding. Everything is needed to fulfill the aims and to achieve our transformation to the sustainable society. What remains in the end is that we really need effort and action from each single person in order to get the CO2 emissions down, which also means that we need investments on a very individual basis. Yes, we really need the single households to install the photovoltaic systems on the roofs, to invest in the heat pumps, to invest in the electric cars. So this means there's really a lot of money needed, which has to be financed by the single households. Now, in times of increasing interest rates, it might be a crucial point to think of lower interest rates for credits financing the investments in these necessary green technology. Closely related to this issue is also the question, how can we integrate renewables in the existing energy system? And here, the grid operator plays a really crucial role, as we heard before. Yes, it's closely linked to the prosumers, for example. So the single consumers not only consume electricity, but now also producing the electricity. This sets new challenges for the grid operator because electricity now flows in both directions, not only in one direction. Then also closely linked to the smart cities, the smart neighborhoods, the trading with the neighbors, the storage questions, everything here is related to the grid operator, and we need to ask what's the new role of the grid operator, because the grid operators should establish the framework, everything needed in order to be able to develop these smart concepts. So we know and we hear it's a long way until we really end up with a sustainable society only using the renewable sources. So we can maybe ask, we need in the meantime different technologies. And then we just heard, and we all know, that there are different power plants, for example, the gas power plants and also the nuclear power plants, which are less CO2 intense. So in the meantime, it's a good way to use it as a transition technology and to shift production to these power plants in order to decrease the CO2 emissions. Closely connected to this topic, it was prominently published that the EU Commission labeled gas and nuclear as green. And of course, the question arose if Europe is just greenwashing, because also closely related to the strong statement that we want to achieve climate neutrality and that we want to establish a green continent. Of course, the question came if we only want to achieve it by calling the old technologies green, or if we really want to move to a new sustainable society, really using the green technologies. The last point I want to make is what we also heard before, that of course renewable sources are also closely linked to the topic of the rising prices. We know it's a problem actually that we have such a high inflation, which was triggered by the rising energy prices. Now if we have more renewable energy in the system, we heard about the zero net costs. So once installed, we have marginal costs close to zero for other renewable energies producing the electricity. So this would also counteract the rising energy prices. More recent considerations of treating these problems, for example, treats a maximum price for gas as well as for electricity, or also changing the merit order pricing system, for example, in order to exclude gas to keep the electricity price lower. Okay, so that's all from my side. I wish you a nice discussion and hope to see you in the discussion sessions then.
Thank you, Franziska. Thank you, Franziska. It was Franziska Bremberger with your Austrian perception view on the topic. And I think it's very interesting and very good impulses for our discussion that we are just going to move to right now, because the roundtables will discuss following topics. First, system integration options for nuclear and renewable energy sources. You'll be looking for an optimal solution. Second, SMRs, the small modular reactors. Is it a tool of flexibility? Power generation adequacy, compensation mechanisms and ancillary services. And fourth, radioactive waste challenges, recycling or disposal. As I've already mentioned, most of you has already chosen the topics for you. You have the chance to visit 2 roundtables. As we have 1.5 hours to discuss those topics, and we'll manage to discuss each topic twice. So each topic will take 35, 40 minutes, or each World Cafe will take 35 to 40 minutes. And so the ones of you have chosen already hers or his topics, when you look at the backside of your badges, you have there the information, which one is the first one of your choice and which one is the second one. It doesn't need to be according to your preferences, actually, because we had to manage the capacity of the rooms. And those of you who haven't chosen yet has the possibility to visit either panel 3, which is power generation adequacy, or 4, radioactive waste challenges, because the first 2 are already fully booked, so you may choose from the second 2. Just so that you know, you have the information here where you will move. We have this room, a small room next door, and 2 rooms downstairs. You have the information about it right here, so you just you just move to either you just stay here with the SMRs, with the system integration options. You stay at this floor, just move to the small room next door from your side when you leave out the room on your right. And the power generation adequacy is room 615, and radioactive waste room 614. One floor lower. So the first roundtable should take about 40 minutes. Then you will switch rooms. Please do it as fast as possible. I don't mean you need to run, but don't stop for a coffee because that would delay all the program. And after both rounds of the roundtables, we'll meet back here in the main hall to get the conclusions of all the panels, and also to hear the reaction of the ministers that were at the opening panel, Minister Sikela and Minister Hine. So, for now, move to your rooms, and we'll meet here 5 to midday, 5 to 12. So I just ask all the moderators of the World Cafes to manage the time so that we meet here at 5 to 12, which means we need to finish at 11:40 to have the break before our concluding panel. So wish you further discussions. And now I pass the floor here to Susanna Streeter, who is the moderator of SMRs in the main hall.
Thank you very much, Mahela.
To the main hall of the European Nuclear Energy Forum 2022 to get the key outcomes of the roundtables, or the World Cafés as we call it, where we focused on the nuclear waste, market design, SMRs, and system integration options for renewables and nuclear. All the outcomes should be a feedback and a kind of advice to policymakers. So let me welcome here the policymakers. Once again, welcome Josef Síkela, Czech Minister of Industry and Trade, with previous experience from financial sector, where he worked in many countries, including Ukraine. So he knows many markets. I also welcome Karel Hirman, Slovak Minister of Economy and also an advisor to Ukrainian Prime Minister and government of Moldova as an energy expert. In the past, he worked for Slovak energy companies and in the Slovak Innovation and Energy Agency. Welcome once again. And we also have Cristian Silviu Bușoi, member of the European Parliament and chair of the Industry, Research and Energy Committee. He is also member of the delegation for Southeast Asia, as well as substitute member of the Environment, Public Health and Food Safety. Now, we will hear the four rapporteurs' conclusions on the specific panels. So let's start. They each have 45 minutes. 4 to 5, not 45, sorry. So let's make it 5 minutes to conclude what you've said at the World Cafés. Then there will be the impulse speakers coming to react on what you proposed. And then there will be the reaction of our policymakers. So let me welcome here Alejandro Ozurun, Head of Unit Energy, Security and Safety at DG Energy, who summarizes outcomes of the panel of system integration options for nuclear and renewables. Alejandro, is there an optimal solution?
Thank you very much. Good morning or afternoon to everyone. I have 4 minutes to summarize a very intense discussion, so I'll go straight into it. Our moderator had as a starting point for the discussion a fraction, 80-15, 80 renewables, 15 nuclear, and this is the good fraction for the future. Our moderator was very good because his question was disliked by everyone, but everybody said this was the beginning of a very good conversation. So is this fraction sound? I heard that some people thought the more renewables, the better, but other participants said, no, that is good, but when we have to think about this fraction, we also have to have a good presentation of advantages and disadvantages. And here, one of the first of the things that was mostly heard during the discussion was the issue of acceptance. And in the issue of acceptance, you have to look at all the technologies in general. Then we went straight in that conversation in the issue of what is it that is needed for a better integration. Is something needed? Here, there were also different opinions. Some participants found that the market design that we have is already good enough. Others found that something more needed to be done in order to ensure a better or integration of a large proportion of renewables. And some participants even said or expressed the opinion that this was technically or economically very challenging. In any case, everybody agreed that the way in which the market is designed in the future will play a key role for the integration of all energy forms. But there, many participants said that a strategic vision and political will are needed in order to set the direction. And several participants made the point that policy definition should come first and the market design should come after. The market design is just a tool to achieve the policy objection. Our very good moderator was under a lot of pressure because some people were saying he didn't ask the right question. The right question, as colleagues were saying, some participants were saying, is the objectives, the decarbonization objectives and the intermediate objectives, the 2030 objectives that we have there, and how we are going to go there. In the path towards there, and what is needed for the integration of the different energy sources, as I said, there is one element of political will, but there is one other element which was emphasized by a lot of participants, which is the need of a skilled workforce and capacities in Europe, the need to keep the capacities in Europe. And I'm looking at you, moderator, because I don't want to run over time. I probably have 1 minute left, or yes. So I will stick to the 1 minute which is left. So keeping the capacities in Europe. Engineering and financing, that was also mentioned by some of the participants, and as two things that we need to keep in Europe. And when it comes to the financing, a very good debate took place there between the role of the private sector and the role of the state. What is more needed? And can one work without the other? And does the state have a critical role there? And then just to finalize, security of supply was a key element of the discussion. Some participants expressed views in which refer to the fact that without nuclear, you cannot ensure of security of supply. Some other participants referred to the fact that renewable energies also bring new dependencies which need to be taken into consideration. But finally, other participants also said that nuclear has certain external dependencies which need to be taken into consideration when it comes to European strategic energy independence. I hope I did justice to the discussions, and thank you very much, moderator, for giving me the floor.
Well done, Alessandro. Well done, Alejandro. That's the right pronunciation. Thank you. It was a very live discussion. I've seen that, and yeah, there was big emphasis on that we need a decision from the politicians to start with. And now let me welcome Concetta Fazio, Head of Unit Nuclear Reactor Safety and Emergency Preparedness of Joint Research Center, who is going to share with us the outcomes of panel on SMRs, small modular reactors. So is it a tool for flexibility?
We will see. So first of all, I want to thank Ms. Susanna Streeter for her excellent moderation and also for helping in summarizing the outcome of the session. We were covering quite a wide field of points for discussion to answer if it's a good tool for flexibility, starting from communication. So we have understood from the discussion we had that the general public understands that with the SMRs there is something new. And the reaction that is normally collected is it is enthusiastic, and it is inspired also by having the SMRs as alternative to other type of technologies. And we had, for instance, the example that some communities would prefer a small modular reactor instead of a biomass system to have district heating. However, there is a big concern that was coming up during the discussion that what we are doing currently on a small modular reactor in terms of communication can be called also smart marketing reactor. So maybe we are overpromising and we will deliver less. So there is a sort of call to look carefully into the communication. Then we went into the application fields. So there was a recognition that small modular reactor offer flexibility, and they are developed for specific fields like the district heating, like process heat or hydrogen production. And also here, in terms of application field and complementarity with the large-scale reactor, there was quite an interesting discussion that was ranging from we need them all down to we are using the development of small modular reactors to delay the deployment of large-scale reactors. So also in that, it's again, it boils down to a question of communication. It should be made much more clearer how the two how is the complementarity between these two types of reactors and, again, the application field. Then the next point was on let's say, the licensing process. And here, what was one point that was coming out is that there will be a lot of challenges on regulators because we have new manufacturing system and new operational system. So there should be maybe also an reinforcement of regulators in the countries, or there can be a collaboration of regulators from different countries in order to work towards harmonization of licensing. Indeed, one point that was said during the session was that the delay of construction is not really the delay of the operational construction. It has been more delay perceived of obstacles due to the licensing procedure. Then we came to the next topic that was on the fuel cycle and decommissioning. And we have heard expression of concerns about some smaller reactors that would create more waste with respect to the current operating reactors. But we had also a counter reaction on some manufacturing claiming that this is not true. So in this context, what we can say is that it is important that when designing for building a small modular reactors from the beginning, what should be included is decommissioning and waste management, also in terms of technology and quantification. In this context, on the front end of the fuel cycle, there was also another concern expressed in terms of the fuel needed, and in particular conversion and enrichment. The last 2 points were dedicated on human resources. So what are SMRs a topic that would attract young people to start a nuclear career? And here we have understood that it's not really the SMR that attracts people or young, smart people to nuclear career. It might attract for a thesis or a little work, but what would be more important, or what is more important, are government statements. So when government states we are supporting nuclear, it's independent SMRs or large, then young people go into the field. The same is also when media reports, let's say, in a positive way about nuclear, and when there is public support. Now, the last point is on financial, and this brings me back to the beginning of what I was saying. So what are the motivation to invest in SMRs? And the motivation are the promises. So it's flexible, it's a backup for RES, and it's the modularity. But it remains to be demonstrated that this is all implementable. Thank you for your attention.
And I thank you, Concetta. Thank you for concluding on the SMRs. I know it was very, very live discussion. And I heard also the idea that the SMRs are used as an excuse not to do anything so far, because we are waiting for the SMRs. So yeah, that was a point. Now let me welcome Jan Horst Köppler, the professor, chief economist at the Division of Nuclear Technology and Economics of OECD Nuclear Energy Agency, who was listening to your points and opinions on power generation adequacy.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. For giving me the opportunity to summarize the sessions on power generation adequacy, compensation mechanisms, and ancillary services. little bit of an unwieldy title. But it was very ably moderated by Alina Mastantuono, and we had a very, very lively discussion. The horizon of our discussion from the start was the proposal that will be put forward in March 2023 by the Commission on a revision of the electricity market or of the electricity market design. And there was, I think, agreement that current electricity markets are a valid starting point. They're good at dispatch, they're good at generating energy from existing capacity, but they're not very good indeed at giving the right incentives for new capacity investment, in particular for nuclear energy. So there needs some structural change, and the current proposals, as they have been supposedly leaked, I haven't seen anything, but some people apparently know what will be coming in March 2023, doesn't go far enough. So there's more structural change needed. There needs also to be a reflection that we're looking at different types of technologies. On the one hand, we have intermittent, decentralized, small variable renewables. On the other hand, we have big centralized capacity with stable baseload, such as nuclear. And they might need different measures. Intermittency of the VREs is a big issue, and they impose system costs at the system level that are not apparent at the plant level. And the new designs need to take a system approach that aim at integrating all costs, including intermittency, but also other impacts, such as on security of supply and others. One strong consensus in our group was that the European Commission, or Europe as a whole, should concentrate on carbon targets rather than on technology targets. There should be a strong push towards technology neutrality as long as technologies are low carbon. Then the discussion changed a little bit towards the implementation. What can we do to have more construction? Regulation perhaps needs to be simplified. We do need, as that was said also by the first speaker, we do need a conducive political environment. Without that, it's not possible. In terms of concrete measures, some of the measures that have already been explored are good ideas. They need to be generalized. CFDs, contracts for differences, RABs, a regulated asset base, Mankala in Finland. So all these things need to be explored and expanded, because in the new low-carbon electricity systems to come, otherwise we risk a very, very volatile system with 4,000, 5,000 hours of zero prices, which will be impossible to incentivize any investment in the capital-intensive low-carbon technologies that we need to achieve the carbon targets. Also, construction risk is another one. Not only price risk, but also construction risk. And there's a role for industry, of course, also to get construction times down, to ensure investors that indeed these plans can be delivered on time and on budget. Then the discussion moved a little bit towards sort of the broader picture, other than nuclear, that sort of define a little bit the frameworks for the system as a whole. And there was basically agreement that hydrogen will not save the electricity market as it is. In particular, power to power, unfortunately, has only 30% efficiency and in laboratory conditions. So that's not an option. CCUS, nobody really believed in. People believed more in things like batteries, of course, demand-side response, but only at the margin. That will not be enough to sort of make the current system work, but at the margin, these might facilitate matters. Of course, consensus, LTO, existing plants are a hugely valuable low-carbon resource and should be implemented, should be maintained wherever possible. So in conclusion, what we do need in March 2023 is a stable new framework for the electricity system that gives clear long-term signals for new investment in low-carbon technologies in general and in nuclear capacity in particular. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. I think it's a very tough job awaiting the ones setting up the new design. And let me welcome Zuzana Petrovichova, Head of the Unit Nuclear Energy, Nuclear Waste and Decommissioning of Directorate General for Energy, with conclusions on radioactive waste challenges, recycling or disposal.
Thank you very much. And this issue was obviously the most important one to ensure the acceptability of nuclear energy by the public. We have discussed at length, and here thanks very much to our moderator, obviously, and also all of the wonderful participants who engaged in a very lively debate. And most of the points I will mention were unanimous in at least pointing out the issue, even though some of them we have seen different solutions to. So the fact that the radioactive waste is perceived by many as an unsolvable issue, we heard of images of tons, yellow tons, so to speak, that this is somewhere you can't transport it, you can't do anything with it. This needs to be addressed. Otherwise, the public will not agree with using nuclear energy in the future. One issue that was pointed out here was that we're mainly talking about high-level waste as the biggest challenge. We have waste routes open for most of the lower-level waste. The other point was decommissioning. We have in the countries, especially that are phasing out nuclear energy, we will have a lot of waste, but it's mainly it's mainly low-level. That's the good news. Then the second point, I have all five. I hope I'll fit them in the 5 minutes. So the second point was most of the technological challenges are addressed. We know what to do. The question is how to communicate it in such a way to the public as so it's understood. And we discussed who should be talking. Should it be the politicians? Should it be the journalists? Should it be the scientists or engineers? We have not come to a conclusion, but the conclusion was that it should be communicated in a pragmatic way. The title of our session was Recycling or Disposal. We all agreed that it's not either or, both have to happen. Even if you're recycling, at some point the waste has to be disposed of. But even here, we concluded that technologies exist. When we looked at shared solutions among member states, we concluded that we do not need a common European facility, and we also, thank God, concluded we don't want to ship all the waste to Russia. However, we can have regional cooperation. We heard earlier the collaboration between Czechia and Slovakia. We have Belgium and Luxembourg collaborating, which is fine. National solutions happening in Scandinavia, Finland, Sweden, all fine. So we should go for all options. Let's not wait until all the European countries agree on one location, because it probably will not happen. Next point, we mentioned briefly the generational challenge, which means it's a lot easier to communicate with the younger generation these days, which seems to be more open to nuclear energy as a potential solution for the decarbonization issue, whereas I will not give any age gaps here, but a lot of the older generation seems to think that nuclear is just not acceptable, not going to happen. The fourth point, I don't know which number I'm here at, but municipalities hosting nuclear power plants and repositories are great ambassadors of nuclear energy because they know it, they know how it functions, they know what benefits it brings. They should not be the only ones who communicate on this, but they could become, in fact, centers of further technological development. Final point was on retrievability versus disposal. What happens if we discover that one of the materials that is disposed of is in fact a valuable source material? How do we benefit from it rather than have it buried underground without endangering the handling nuclear waste in a sustainable way? Here we also didn't come to a definite conclusion, but just putting that on the table as an issue. So in summary, the overarching conclusion was don't postpone the decisions. It just puts doubt in people's minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Zuzana. Also, I've heard the conclusion that we shouldn't think about disposal or recycling, but disposal and recycling, that it goes hand in hand. So now short reactions of the Impulse speakers. Let me welcome back here Bojan Tomic, Managing Director at Enconet Consulting, to, in 2 minutes, react on what we've heard from the panels. May I invite you to the stage?
This one. Thank you very much. Yes, well, very interesting. If a little bit of my impulse helped to this discussion, I'm really proud of myself, and I'm really grateful that that was the case. It really seems to me that some of the discussions are converging much more than it was the case before. I'm really fascinated with some of the things I have heard here, how the people are seeing. I mean, even a few days ago, there was a discussion, SMRs are solution for everything, they are no problem. Now we are finding, well, it's not like that. We have seen a few days ago, yes, we can go to 100% variable renewable. No, we can't go, and there are the problems. But also what really fascinating me, there are some kind of, let's say, hints of the direction of the solutions that might be explored for the future in order to come to something which is optimal, sustainable, and reliable. Is that enough? Thank you very much. I was really fascinating.
And I also invite Franziska Bremberger from the Vienna University of Economics and Business.
Get it down again. Thank you very much as well. I also really enjoyed the discussions. They were really interesting. And for me, it was a really interesting point that I think that the renewables and as well as the nuclear energy face similar problems when it comes to really installing the capacity. Because I assumed in advance that, of course, the renewables have more acceptance in the population. But when you really want to install the capacity and build the capacity, then they face really similar problems, because also here the population is somehow resisting the creation of the capacities. Another point which I found interesting, of course, is that I also think that the question of nuclear waste disposal is not solved. And I also think that this is a crucial point for the acceptance in the population. If you want to go further with nuclear energy, that you really need to solve these questions and really to come up with answers, what you really will do with the waste in the end. And maybe one last point, which I remember now, is that we want to go, if we want to go more in the renewables, then we really also need to deal with the problem that we should try to generate more of the needed technology in Europe. Yes, that we are not more and more getting depending on China. We've now seen, we have been talking about this a long time, that it's maybe not a good idea to be so depending on the Russian gas. Now we know this was true, and maybe we should not make the fault now getting more and more depending on the technology from China, but also try to create it within Europe. So thank you very much. This was my final point.
And I thank you, Franziska. Thank you. And now the tough task for the political representatives here to conclude and sum up what we've heard. So let me ask Josef Síkela, the Czech Minister of Industry and Trade, for his concluding remarks.
I will conclude probably in a completely unexpected way. You probably recognize that we both, with Karel, left the morning session and we walked to the Ministry of Industry and Trade. This is like a nice 10 minutes walk, and we talked to each other. He is the Minister of Economy. I'm the Minister of Industry and Trade. This is historically the name of the Ministry of Economy in Czech Republic. And what do you think if when today two ministers of economy meet, what they can talk about? What is your best guess? Energy, of course. So we basically spent probably 95% of our discussion with the energy topics. So my logical outcome is that economy means energy. And our Czech presidency is sometimes nicknamed now as the energy presidency of the European Union. So basically, energy is the most discussed topic, of course, together with the war in Europe. And therefore, for me, the importance of the topic, the importance of the future electricity mix, the importance of the discussion how to ensure what basically the households and the economies expect from us. And what do they expect from us? They expect that we will ensure enough energy for affordable prices. This is what they expect from us for the future. And that we will save and we will basically seek for all the possibilities how to increase the energy efficiency in the future. This is out of the discussion. However, if we want to develop, and this is valid for all civilization, we have to ensure that we will have enough energy for the future. And for me, I do not see any other, based on the current level of science, and here I have to refer to yesterday's speech of Ate Hariane. Whatever we do, or we will do in the future when it comes to energy policies, it should be science-based, it should be fact-based, and it should be pragmatic. Oh, great words. We should follow these three rules everywhere. And I do not see any other sustainable source of energy without the need of subsequent supplies of the fuel, which is low carbon, than the nuclear energy. Maybe, you know, we will see it in the future, but currently I don't see it. So for me, it's also the message I heard from one of the speakers that we seems to converge, you know, in other views, in our views, and that the importance of the nuclear energy for the future, and not only, but also heat from nuclear sources, the hydrogen from nuclear sources, and maybe also the development, science, and education are of utmost importance for us. And this is basically why we have the conference here, and this is also why we finished our discussion together with Karel by signing a memorandum between Czech Republic and Slovakia about mutual cooperation in the area of nuclear energy, especially in area of new nuclear sources. So thank you very much for giving me the floor here.
Minister of Economy, for his closing words.
Thank you very much. I remember ENEF, European Nuclear Energy Forum, in 2011 in Prague. It was in Prague. I was advisor of our Prime Minister, Mrs. Radičová. We came to Prague on very, very hard discussion regarding nuclear energy after Fukushima accidents. In this time, nuclear energy was under big pressure. I think that a lot of you remember it. This period, we had to protect base ideas of nuclear energy systems, technologies, that it is really safety, it is really perspective, it is really very useful for our industry, our people. And at this time, debate regarding this issue, I remember that not only in Prague, but in Brussels too, on the European level, was very, very difficult. That's why I am very happy that today in Prague we have absolutely other discussion, positive, that we have topic how regarding symbiosis, nuclear energy and renewable energy. According to my opinion, it is a revolution that this point of view or this idea, it is not some science fiction or something like idea of a fun club of nuclear energy sector, but it is really realistic scenario, a realistic topic, which has positive impact on, again, our industry, our people, our households, that it is really a solution for the future, our energy sectors, not only Slovakia, Czech Republic, or our EU, common EU house, but generally for the world. And it is great that we are pioneers of this idea. I think that if we are going to find pragmatic solution without ideology, without some particular interest, we are going to this goal, to this target. Yes, together for future for the energy, renewables and nuclear. Yes, of course, we have a lot of problems, a lot of questions, a lot of, but these questions and problems are again based on pragmatic problems, everyday problems. They are not like artificial construction, something based on some, again, particular interest or ideology. No, they are really problems which are coming from practical life, from everyday life, from everyday management, our power stations, nuclear power station, renewables sources, power station, grid system, yeah? That's why, for me, it is huge progress after these 10 years. And in this very, very difficult period, energy crisis, it is very positive momentum, which give, I think, all of us, and first of all, my friend Josef, a lot of new energy for presidency, for next 2 very difficult months of presidency of EU. You know maybe that Slovakia is the part of nuclear energy in our production is more than 50% currently. After third unit of Mochovce nuclear power station to connect to our grid system, and I hope it will be next first weeks next year. This share of nuclear power energy in our energy mix will be more than 60, maybe 65%. Together with hydro and with renewables, production of electricity in Slovakia from this low carbon or zero carbon production will be more than 85%. I think that I am very proud on it. Yeah, because I have to be open, a lot of our partners, friends from EU, they have a lot of ideas, speeches and plans regarding low-carbon energy sector for the next, I don't know, 20, 30 years. In Slovakia, it is now, it is not plan, it is reality. That's why, and it is, on one hand, and other hand, thanks to this mix, we can, in this very difficult period, to prepare together with Slovenské elektrárne, with energy company, which is operator, owner and operator of our nuclear power stations, we can prepare a very attractive price model for our households for next 2 years, based on electricity price for base load on the level 61 euros per megawatt hour. This is not bad, I think, price. That's why this nuclear energy, it is positive from this climate target, definitely. But on the other hand, it's positive for our people and for our industry, because we want to prepare something similar for our industry customers. That's, again, it is pragmatic solution for all our main crucial problems, not only for this year, but for next several years, for this transition our energy from to this low carbon energy. Yeah? And our example, Slovakia, shows that it is good way, or minimum it is very interesting way for maybe for a lot of our others partners and friends in EU too. That's why conclusion for me from this very nice 2 days in Prague is that I am coming back to Bratislava in very positive mood. It is good if you are going to home from this conference or meetings with positive positive ideas, and that's why I would like all of us to invite on next European Nuclear Energy Forum 2023 to Bratislava. I think that this positive atmosphere, these positive ideas, we will continue in Bratislava, and we will move forward to our common target, to closer, maybe, not maybe, on 100%, our new third nuclear unit in nuclear power station Mochovce will be fully in operate, and it will be again very good momentum for our discussion in Bratislava for positive and for very friendly discussion. Thank you again very much to Josef, our Czech friends, for great organization, and I see you in Bratislava. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Karel Hirman, Slovak Minister of Economy. I just got a very up-to-date message from Germany that the German Parliament has just approved the prolonging of the existing nuclear power plants, the 3 of them, till mid-2023. So as we speak about the changing perception of nuclear, we see it live.
I was already interviewed by our TV, what I think about it.
So, our topic, and now let me ask Christian Silvio Bouchot, a member of the European Parliament and chair of the Industry, Research and Energy Committee, for his closing remarks.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank European Commission and the Czech presidency, a very successful presidency, and congratulations to the Czech government for the invitation to attend the 15th European Nuclear Energy Forum as Chairman of Industry, Research and Energy Committee in the European Parliament, and I'm very honored to be here together in this panel with Ministers Sikela and Hirman. Very interesting and very strong commitments also from both ministers and both prime ministers today in the morning. I will briefly say a few words on behalf of ITRE committee, the perspective of European Parliament, because in the past years after the implementation of 2016, since 2016 of the Energy Union, and of course especially after 2019 when the Commission von der Leyen started to work, the focus was undertaking the fight against climate change, negotiating targets, paving the way towards delivering these targets, and recently accelerating our energy security independence driven by the unprovoked and illegal aggression in Ukraine and its consequences. Do not forget that we are living challenging times that require sometimes urgent measures and an update in our paved road of policies. Reflecting on the Russian energy dependence in the markets of oil and gas, we need to reflect on all clean technologies and on low carbon technologies. Already some years ago, an EIA study positions nuclear power and hydropower as the backbone of low carbon electricity generation. Nuclear energy is has one of the smallest carbon footprints. It has no energy gap, it has longevity and low running costs on the long term, of course after the initial investment. It is reliable and cost effective. Nuclear energy is clean, could also benefit of modernization and innovation to be even cleaner, and could boost member states to ensuring European energy independence and carbon neutrality. We need also to take a close look as well at the coal-dependent regions and where this allows to make the transition possible not only with gas, but also with nuclear, as the benefits of transitioning workers from the coal into nuclear industry have already been demonstrated in both France and UK, and this could be also the clear case of my country, Romania. The 103 nuclear power reactors operating in 13 of the 27 EU member states account for about 1/4 of the electricity generated in the whole of the European Union. Of course, over half of the EU's nuclear electricity is produced in one country, France, but clearly there is still a lot of interesting plans for the future, and the expansion will be in many of these 13 countries. The ITRE committee was in favor from the beginning to label investments in nuclear energy as green and understood the necessity and potential of nuclear for the energy transition and security of the European Union. But you all know that European Parliament was more divided than that, so the ITRE committee position was not always supported by the majority of the European Parliament. Thus, this July, after what was for some colleagues unthinkable happened, also with the support of some member states and members of European Parliament representing these member states. And we're struggling with the security of the supply and the rising prices of energy. The Parliament has done a major step into showing that when the reality changes, we can change our priorities and secure the Union. The European Parliament has opened the door for the potential of nuclear energy to achieve our climate targets and to become energy independent and secure our energy supply. Nuclear power will be added to the European Union's taxonomy for sustainable activities and investments from 2023. And this is very important because it recognizes the nuclear energy as a clean energy, and it will give the sector access to the existing 8 trillion sustainable investment market, so long as projects meet the standards, not easy to achieve, but not impossible, set out in the green taxonomy. And this could be only the start. Furthermore, it removes uncertainty for investors concerned about potential tax and regulation changes for non-green energy sources. Also, yesterday in the European Parliament, in the adoption of the report on REPowerEU chapters in recovery and resilience plans, the European Parliament plenary voted in favor of an amendment, amendment number 8, proposed by myself as chairman of ITRE committee and my Romanian colleague Dan Nica, rapporteur for opinion on behalf of the ITRE committee, that enlarges the list of eligible projects to being financed by REPowerEU also to low carbon, including nuclear. I will finish by saying that European countries such as France and Belgium are currently working towards expanding the operations. Poland plans to build some nuclear reactors also by 2040. My country, Romania, is working towards improving the 2 existing units and to build Unit 3 and 4 in a strategic partnership with United States and European companies. And also Romania is quite advanced in building SMRs. And we just commented the news from Germany. Across the EU, nuclear has become a mainstream part of the conversation surrounding energy transition. That's why, with the need to reflect also on the safe operation and efficient operation of nuclear power plants, which contribute to more than half of the carbon-free electricity produced in the EU. Also, in order to reflect to the need to find synergies between different financial instruments and boost investment in the sector, I strongly believe that nuclear energy will be a very important part of EU energy mix, helping us to achieve the strategic goals, Fit for 55, Green Deal, decarbonization, but also energy independence and competitive prices for our industries and citizens. Thank you so much.
Christian Silviu Bușoi, member of the European Parliament, thank you very much. And even though you've really nicely closed up the whole morning session, I would still have a few questions for you, because what we've heard from the rapporteurs, I think also needs some political answer. So I'll use that we have some political representatives here, but just short answers about, we've heard that we still talk about, or like some of us talk about nuclear as a transitional source. I guess then the perception of the transitional period would differ depending on the country. So how is it with you, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and probably Romania? How do you see the nuclear as transitional source?
I think I was already pretty explicit, yeah. Again, you know, going back to the idea that everything we do should be science, fact-based and pragmatic. So with the current technologies and geographical conditions in Central Europe, it is not realistic to realize energy supplies purely with renewables. It would not be technically feasible, not cost-effective and resilient solution. Therefore, to reach decarbonization targets, and here I can again refer to 10 European ministers from October 21. If Europe is to win the climate war, it needs nuclear energy. So to reach decarbonization targets and maintaining energy security and competitiveness for long term, we rely on the mix of renewables and significant share of nuclear, and we plan new build of large-scale reactors and prospectively also small modular reactors. So if it should be a transition, maybe, but this is a transition to the new source we currently do not know.
Thank you. Mr. Herman?
I said a few minutes ago that in Slovakia we have more than 80% of electricity from low-carbon energy sources. Nuclear, hydropower and other renewable sources. That's why, I don't know, it is transition or it is finish. I think not. Finish is not, because what does it mean transition? Transition is, I think it is progress. That's why always we don't know innovation, new technologies. We don't know regarding this. We know that progress is a fundamental source or fundamental need for our civilization generally, for human civilization. That's why transition period in energy, it means that we have to find new energy sources, more deeper energy efficiency, energy security, and it is a never-ending story finally, I think. And if we want to have progress, we cannot limit this progress due to our ideology or our thinking based on our current knowledge. That because if you are looking back on 30 years ago or 40 years ago, and our prognosis, forecasts regarding our current situation, almost all forecasts were bad. Our situation is absolutely other than our forecast from 30, 40 years ago. That's why now to predict strongly transition condition for 2050, for instance, I think it's very, very, finally it is dangerous. That's why we have to have open ideas, open mind, and based on pragmatic solution, based on nature rules, first of all, because energy, it is nature. It is not idea, or no, it is not product on human product. It is finally, it is product of our nature. That's why it's, and again, nuclear energy, renewables, I think it is, yes, it is progress, and progress, it means transition for me. And last point, I am a big fan of science fiction, literature. I think a lot of us. If you are read these books, I think always for the future is source of energy nuclear, or something. This kind of nuclear energy.
Fusion.
Yeah.
Or fusion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, fusion. Okay. But I think it is good momentum that we are on the right way if we are going to this way with nuclear energy, renewables. It is good way.
Thank you. Mr. Bushev, would you add something?
Thank you. Well, in my opinion, I think nuclear energy will stay after 2050. We make investments now, we make progresses also in research and innovation. Clearly, there is this opportunity with SMRs, with small modular reactors. So I don't see nuclear energy only a solution for the transition between today and 2050, when we will achieve full decarbonization. Clearly, nuclear energy will stay beyond. Maybe gas could be a transitional solution. But even that in 2050 and after 2050, most of our energy mix, and of course the majority of the electricity production will be from renewables. Even that will invest a lot until then into storage, into batteries. Maybe breakthrough innovations and solutions will appear. I believe we'll still need nuclear energy. Clearly, the investments that many member states are preparing to do in this decade, at the beginning of the next decade, will have to remain after the transition. So clearly, nuclear energy is here to stay for a long time.
But then there we still have the unsolved problem of the nuclear waste. Do you have any recommendation, or what's your attitude of Czech Republic, Slovakia, Romania, or what is probably the main idea in the European Parliament?
When it comes to the waste, well, yeah, of course, when we are talking about nuclear energy as a low carbon, we have to accept the fact, and this is fair to say, that no energy source is flawless. Even the photovoltaic panels has their troubles with recycling of themselves. This is the reality. So we have a clear plan for Czech Republic for high-level radioactive waste and spent fuel. Deep geological disposal represents, for me, the state-of-art solution that is broadly accepted in the experts community worldwide as the safest and probably also the most sustainable option for the end point of the management of higher level radioactive waste and spent fuel considered as a waste. This is also stipulated in the EU directive on responsible and safe management of spent fuel and waste, or EU taxonomy, which sets technical criteria, including for the deep this is horrible word, geological repository, according which are nuclear investments sustainable, and this is a solid base for the deployment of the new nuclear installations in the EU. Now for us, for Czech conditions, we have a very responsible and very transparent approach in this regard. We progressed in preparation of deep geological repository and will now perform geological research on 4 preferred sites to be able to choose the final site while safety, feasibility and environmental sustainability are basically the major criteria. Of course, I see that there are other approaches, like to recycle the nuclear or radioactive waste. Of course, the ability to heat of the waste is extremely long, and again, I am also a big fan of science fiction, and if you simply observe some of the ideas of the old school, yeah, like A.C. Clarke, one of my favorites, who invented basically the satellite, the communication satellite idea and the mobile phone idea, or in 45. Okay, the communication satellite took shorter. I think the first one was in 50s. The mobile phone a little bit longer. So maybe we will find also a proper way how to recycle the radioactive waste, or to use it for the heating, maybe in the future everybody will get a piece of it, and then will be able to heat his house for 10, 20 years with it, yeah, we will see. As AC Class is saying, any sufficiently advanced technology is in this questionable for magic. Yeah, so yeah.
So we shall read more sci-fi books and watch movies and
science-based.
Yeah, and get the ideas and then make them into reality. I think Karel Hermann, as a fan of sci-fi, will see this recycling role as the important one.
Yeah, I fully agree with Josef, and yes, I think that recycling is the best way, maybe only one way for not only for nuclear, but for all our products from our factories and our consumption, because it is only one. This solution is sustainable for our common Earth and our human civilization. That's why recycling is the best for nuclear fuel and nuclear equipment too. Only one remark that in Slovakia we are in the final phase of the commissioning of the Jaslovské Bohunice V1 power station, and which is a complex project that will bring a lot of experience into the future. And I want to confirm that I perceive a common interest in completing the commissioning of V1 as soon as possible. It means 2027. And again, we have know-how how to do it. It is not an easy process. It's very difficult, of course, but again, it is not science fiction. It is reality that the commissioning of nuclear power station in Europe, in near of towns and villages, it is possible. It is safety, and we have technologies how to do it. Again, example from Slovakia that it is a realistic scenario. It is not only idea. It is not science fiction.
Thank you. And Christian Silvio Buchay.
Yes, clearly there is no perfect technology today, and I totally agree with the two ministers on the challenges that we need to face. Waste and what we do with waste is by far the biggest challenge, and this is the argument that those colleagues in the European Parliament and of course those governments not very open to nuclear are now putting into discussion. As in safety we progressed a lot, so people is not so much, they're not so much worried about safety. It was also a very good job done by DGNR and Deputy Director General Gariba will of course say more about this, but waste is still an issue. Clearly recycling is the best solution. I'm not necessarily a particular fan of science fiction, but I'm also thinking that innovation will bring us the solutions. What was unthinkable decades ago is now something that we use in a current way. And clearly the efforts of the scientific community, of the industry, of the researchers in this direction will be successful in the future, and new solutions will be available in order to solve this problem also. Romania is part of this effort. The CEO of Nuclear Electrica present here, Mr. Ghiță, could tell a lot about our possible contribution to find a solution here. European Union is also extremely involved. So even that today looks like a problem, I'm sure that tomorrow we'll have solutions for that.
Thank you. Thank you to Jozef Síkela, the Czech Minister of Industry and Trade, Karel Hirman, Slovak Minister of Economy, and Christian Silviu Bușoi, Member of the European Parliament and the Chair of the ITER Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was the concluding panel, and as the time is nearly off, I will just announce that there's a time for lunch now. But after that, in the afternoon session will follow in the same format, meaning there will be impulse statements, and after that, parallel discussions. But this time we'll focus on the ecosystem of the nuclear sector, investments and strategies for decarbonization and health. And the lead moderator this time will be Susanna Streeter, that you've met already here at the main hall, those ones who were talking about SMRs. And for now, I wish you bon appetit and see you back at 2 p.m. Thank you. Can I ask you, just before we begin, if you could move forward, anybody who's still standing, we'd really like it if you could move forward and sit at the front, because we've got a few empty spaces and it's much better if you're a little bit closer to the stage. Thank you very much. So just as people are taking their seats, I'd just like to introduce myself. I'm Susanna Streeter. I'm a former BBC anchor. I've met some of you already at the SMR panel this morning, which was great. We had such a great discussion. I'm currently a senior investment analyst. I focus on energy as well as other sectors as well. So I'm really delighted to be here moderating this afternoon. Now, as you know, we had such a fruitful morning of discussion focusing on the future energy mix, SMRs, of course, the security of energy supply, and on the all-important public opinion and those differing generational perspectives. So we're now going to move to an in-depth look at the ecosystem of the nuclear sector and hear views from right across the spectrum. And we'll hear, of course, from our impulse speakers who are here already on stage, as you can see, Jan van der Heuvel, Leon Cizelik, and Miroslav Lupur. Welcome. So we're going to be focusing in this session on the need for expertise, skills to enable research, development, and deployment, and consider how expertise in the nuclear sector can be attracted and maintained. We're going to look at how the EU industrial ecosystem should be nurtured to really face the challenges, such as new build projects, for example. And also we're going to focus on the perceived need for medical isotope reactors and the possible alternatives. Now, we're going to also kick off with these impulse statements, and they are really important, as you know from this morning, in helping stimulate debate in the World Cafe sessions that we're going to have a little bit later. So please give a very warm welcome to our first speaker of the afternoon, Jan van der Heuvel, who's Deputy Director General for Medio Radioisotopes at the Ministry of Health in the Netherlands. And Jan, before this, he became the first chairman of the Board for Nuclear Safety Authority and had the task of reforming the organization to meet international standards in nuclear safety and radiation protection. So, welcome, Jan.
Thank you very much.
I think it might be better on that one.
Well, thank you.
And if you put it close, that one's not working very well. Let me try the yellow one, just bear with me.
Test. Yes, it works.
Much
yes.
Better. Okay, lovely.
Well, thank you very much for your kind introduction. And it's a great honor for me to address this European Nuclear Energy Forum, although I won't speak much about nuclear energy, but more about nuclear isotopes to address health needs. I think it's important to realize innovations in the nuclear sector are not only important for energy applications, but also for health. In the Netherlands, we have the ambition to use nuclear for both sectors. I would like to go into depth in the challenges the Netherlands faces and would like to make a call for further collaboration. Nuclear applications can make a substantial contribution to societal needs. They play an important role in the energy transition. Also for the Netherlands. The Netherlands has the ambition to build 2 new nuclear reactors for the energy transition. But nuclear application can also play a role in addressing health needs. Medical radioisotopes are needed for the diagnosis and treatment of diseases, for example, cancer. The Netherlands has made the provisional decision to build the Pallas reactor for medical radioisotopes and welcomes innovative production facilities in medical radioisotopes such as SHINE from the United States, which plans to build a construction in the Netherlands. It is important to have an integral approach on nuclear issues, fit for both the health and energy domain. The energy challenges you may be a bit more familiar with than the health challenges. Regarding to medical radioisotopes, we see a challenge in the current old reactor fleet. You see it on the left of the screen. This is the present fleet. And at the right picture, the expected growth in demand for medical isotopes to treat patients. This illustrates the vulnerable production chain. Currently, for example, the production of medical radioisotopes and thus the worldwide availability are impacted by delay due to problems with the BA2 in Belgium. The Czech Republic plays an important role in mitigating this problem by starting the LRV-15 earlier than planned. This example illustrates the vulnerable production chain of and calls for a coordinated approach to ensure the supply of medical radioisotopes. The Netherlands also plays a role in the security of supply. Currently, by the AFR in Petten, 60 to 70% of the European market and 30% worldwide, and with the provisional decision of the Pallas reactor. Renewing the current old fleet of nuclear installations is one step, but not enough. We also need new innovative production installations to create overcapacity that allows a resilient production chain which will lead to a steady supply of medical radioisotopes. The Netherlands therefore also welcomes the strategic agenda, SAMIRA action plan, and its European Radioisotope Valley initiative as part of the European Commission's EU Beating Cancer plan to maintain Europe's global leadership on this topic. Within the Pallas project, challenges were faced and tensions were identified. Similar challenges are seen broader, regardless of the sector and the country. First, required knowledge and expertise. Nuclear knowledge and skilled people are scarce. There is a need to combine knowledge and skills to meet the ambitions set. Second, financing. Initially, the plan was to finance Pallas by private investors. However, the risk related to the reactor were too high for market parties to bear, so Pallas is now foreseen to be financed publicly. The third, the governance of large projects. The construction of nuclear reactors is riskful and time-consuming, which calls for adequate project management. Fourth, management and storage of nuclear waste. Importance of good waste management programs for the safe storage and processing of radioactive waste. And at last, involvement of the sector and society. Nuclear installations can address societal needs, but can be a sensitive subject. Using an integral approach and make use of each other's knowledge and skills instead of own views will lead to effective response to complex social needs. So I wanted to end with a call for collaboration. Just like we did with the joint declaration, a statement of several member states formulated during the European Health Council in February 2022 to commit to the continued supply of medical radioisotopes, improve accessibility and affordability of innovative cancer treatments, and improve data sharing and monitoring. We need to collaborate between sectors and countries. I believe that with collaboration, the challenges are faced more effectively and will lead to better use of nuclear application as a solution of the social needs faced today. Thank you very much.
Jan van den Heuvel, thank you very much. Really interesting, great food for thought for the discussions at the World Cafe later. So now, please can I welcome our second Impulse speaker, Leon Zizelic, who is Professor in Nuclear Engineering and President of the European Nuclear Society and former President of the European Nuclear Education Network, and gave a very valuable contribution to our SMR discussion this morning as well. So take it away. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this introduction. Let me say that I'm delighted to be here with you. I will look a little bit in the future of the nuclear power, so we have to learn from the past, but let me just start this with a clear statement that I'm a nuclear engineer, so I see nuclear fission as a solution, much more than as a problem. Going on with that, and I would like, if possible, to get my slides back on the screen. Let me say the following. One nuclear power plant is with us for a century, give or take. And century is an extremely long time in terms of change in science, in terms of change in society. So you are nuclear, you might know that the first human control chain reaction happened not fully 80 years ago. We are not yet in the first 100 years of the nuclear technology. At the same time, my city, Ljubljana in Slovenia, was in 8 countries between 1900 and 2000 without moving. So that's the society change in about 100 years. So then a challenge to my nuclear colleagues. Are we willing to manage this change? There are actually 4 ways: to lead, to follow, to resist, or to prevent. And when I talk to my nuclear colleagues about innovation, they would tell, oh yeah, we are for innovation, we use only proven technologies. Now, that's not good for public relations. So public acceptance might be our larger enemy than technology. Part of the problem, of course, to lead to the solution, as all risk-aware technologies, know-how is extremely important. Know-how is in the procedures, know-how is in the regulations, know-how is what makes people winning Tour de France, and know-how is what make people rich and famous most of the time. But luckily, without know-why, there is no progress. We engineers tend, by definition, to be a little bit more know-how, and nuclear engineers are very know-how related. What would be a good balance? We need more know-why. Now, discussion this morning was, what is the correct amount of renewables in the energy mix? And so we were starting discussing how many percents are there. That's know-how. It's probably a useless question before we know why we are doing that. And if why is decarbonization, then it doesn't matter how much renewables and nuclear are in the mix, as long as it is decarbonized, affordable, and clean. That's one of the things. Now, what is the consequence? Typically, nuclear people will start to talk about hardware supply chain immediately, but talent supply chain is a little bit off limits. We have 2 main directions of talent supply chain. One is based on why, starts at university, and goes through training and work at nuclear universities. Universities, by the way, have something which will be in real life in 10 years. So if you don't have nuclear at universities now, there will be no nuclear in 10 years in real life. That's one of the things. And the other one is how. So industry will train their people. Training of the people is a typical know-how operation. It ensures very stable production, by the way, very reliable industry, but very little innovation in the story. So there is another drawback. Imagine that industry and the regulators would be the only source of knowledge on nuclear technologies, which is the limit of this know-how approach. How would that affect the public acceptance if there is nobody in the wide public who would at least understand what you are doing? So transparency becomes an issue without know-why. The know-why part is in distress for 25 years. We should work on the know-why more. more universities, more research outside of the industry. So that's why I like SMRs, because they are bringing this dimension to the equation now, and they make a little bit of brighter future also in some way. So in summary, what we need in the future to run this nuclear business is people who would be good technical specialists for increasingly complex technologies and regulations, but also prepared to work in increasingly multidisciplinary, multicultural, and competitive environment. So technical and communication, which is not a really good combination, I would say, but we should strive there. The path there is more why in the equation than how, or more why than we have it, more why than we have it now. By the way, let me just cite Friedrich Nietzsche. He's not very, well, he's famous philosophist. He said very clearly, if you know why, you will always find how. So why should have a little bit of advantage. And this is actually, if we look at the last half a century of nuclear technology, a complex challenge. It will never happen bottom up. It needs a top-down support. Some coordination, some guidance from all the stakeholders, especially from the decision makers. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Leon Cizeli. And now I would like to invite onto the podium our third impulse speaker of the afternoon, Miroslav Lepor, who is Senior Manager, Deloitte Advisory, and he is a Senior Consultant across Eastern Europe for energy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to speak on a nuclear conference, because I usually attend energy conferences, and I want to probably give a little bit of different light on today's debate. I was given an instruction that provocative is allowed, so I will be a little bit of provocative myself. My title is A Nuclear Fit for Decarbonization Targets. That's basically a study we are just conducting for DG ENEF. But my undertitle is A Story of a Dying Dinosaur, which probably is how we perceive European nuclear today. I know it's a little bit different from what we are hearing today on the conference, but I will give you some data to support that. As I mentioned, it's not typical that Deloitte speaks on this kind of venues. Our reason to being here is that we were commissioned by DG ENEF to actually conduct a study of fitness of European nuclear sector for decarbonization. You all have a potential to participate into that, but that's up to end of my presentation. And we personally believe that yes, nuclear is the right answer for decarbonization, and it can definitely play a part in Europe. It is ready, at least we are hearing it today on this conference. We are reading it every day in the news. Basically, nuclear is taking up its position as a future source of energy. But I would contradict that the point for decision is right now, and the reason is this long time for construction and what Mr. Cizeli was mentioning, getting the talent into the industry. But what are the actual data supporting my thesis? I already mentioned that nuclear should play a role in decarbonization. To what extent? I would use an IEA study, World Energy Outlook, which is a very credited document in the industry. Its recommendation is that electricity would be more than 50% of final energy consumption, so a lot of enormous space for growth. From this 50%, 90% will be probably delivered by renewables. The rest will be by nuclear. Those are the global numbers. This is not European numbers, this is a global number. And if we want to reach this 10% share of supply in 2050, the global nuclear industry will have to deliver 4 times the higher capacity additions than the average of the last 2 decades. 4 times more than is traditional for now. So the nuclear industry can and probably will rise quite extensively in the coming decades. That's the global view. What's the European perspective? We already heard a couple of times during today that quite a lot of reactors are more than 30 years old. Basically, in 2050, their lifetime would be close to 60 years, so basically ready for decommissioning if we will not prolong or pursue LTO of 8 years. So the global number is 63% of reactors are facing this challenge. For Europe, this number is even increasing to more than 80%. So basically in 2050, we will have more than 80% reactors at the end of the original lifetime. And based on this, we are seeing modeling results for nuclear production for Europe. I have a graph from, again, World Energy Outlook, but basically if you read and if you were listening carefully to Ms. Kadri Simpson at the morning session, these numbers are equally related. The nuclear production in Europe will be in decline, and the decline has no turning point foreseen for this time period. Basically, what lies ahead, or what we derive from those numbers. Basically, Europe has 2 or 3 chances. I'm presenting 2 scenarios possible, and the first one is to prolong the lifetime of the existing fleet. I already mentioned 80 years LTO. Basically, we could roll out the decommissioning from 50s or 60s to somewhere to 70s or 80s. But still, if we don't act on this, the nuclear fleet will be out of the business around those period. If we take this scenario, the probable or needed additions are around 15 gigawatts, so 15 units. It's not a huge number, but if you look onto the commissioning history in last 20 years, you will see less than 20 units. So it's still an achievement for Europe. The second scenario is to rebuild the whole fleet. Basically, that would mean renewing 80% of existing capacity till 2050, and that's 80 gigawatts of capacity, 75 units of replacement. That's an enormous goal for a European industry. You can see that the funnel is quite large, and basically I'm asking, how do you build an industry to face such a challenge, either to grow rapidly or moderately with having prolonged commission dates, lack of talent, and so on. So we have to act, and we need to fulfill a couple of items. We have to build an enormous European supply chain capacity to deliver either the first scenario or the second. We will need definitely a huge talent influx of professionals to replace the aging talent task force. We have a very good speech by my predecessor. We will definitely need new technologies and delivery models, because the current system basically doesn't work. We are not commissioned fast enough to deliver and to ensure public acceptance and political goodwill. And we will need an upfront and clear decommissioning plans, because those fleet will be decommissioned one day or the other. And without those points, I really believe that till 2050, the industry will be mostly dead in Europe. Maybe not in the whole world, but definitely in Europe. And what I want you to ponder in the discussions is that the nuclear will not be the driving force of decarbonization. It will have the same share on production. Renewables will take the rest. Probably, and that's one question, but it may and it should, and from my perspective, it have to play an important role in the decarbonization in Europe, but the path for decision and the path for the industry to take is now. So the decision we take now or in the coming future will influence the industry for all these 3 decades ahead of us. And now I will conclude with saying that, as I mentioned, you have the power to influence the decision-making, actually. We were commissioned by DG ENEF to provide a study of fitness of European nuclear industry. We are just kicking out a questionnaire. You can see the link. It will probably be shared with you via the conference thank you note. You are always welcome to reach to the Deloitte team and give us further inputs, but this is the first step, and we will be glad for your support. Thank you for having me. I hope that I wasn't too much provocative, and I'm looking forward for the debate. Thank you.
Miroslav Lupora, thank you so much, and thank you to all our Impulse speakers. Certainly you weren't too provocative. We like to have those questions posed to kick off the debates, because now what you need to do is take what you've heard and take all of those subjects to the World Cafe discussions. And as this morning you've signed up for 2 of these World Cafe debates, they will be on the back of your badge to remind you. And just a quick reminder as well from me, we really do want you all to be very involved in the debate, so don't be backwards in coming forwards. Put up your hand and make sure that your views are heard. It's really important so that we have lots of takeaways from the conference. So just a reminder of the sessions that will be taking place. We first of all have an ecosystem of the nuclear sector fit for decarbonisation and healthcare. That's in just the floor below on the mezzanine. Sorry, that's in this hall, I should say, sorry. The next one is the floor below. So anybody who's signed up for that first topic, do please stay in the main hall, but I'd like to ask you to take one of the seats at the front. So the second session is the advantages of cyclotrons versus reactors, decentralization and the price of radioisotopes. So that's in room 615. Third session, generation for reactors and the motivation of young researchers, and that is in the small hall just over there. And then the fourth session is also on the mezzanine floor, so a floor below in room 614, HR, maintaining expertise and responding to evolving needs. Now, remember, you have until 4:10, and then we'd really like you to come back to this hall to listen to what the rapporteurs, those specialist note takers have to say about the sessions. And it'd be really great if you can hang around and be part of that discussion a little bit later. So please do take this opportunity to go and talk and go and share, and we'll see you later. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your coffee after those, I'm sure, fruitful discussions during the World Cafe. So what we're going to do, of course, is hear from the rapporteurs in a moment, but with me on the panel, I'd just like to let you know who they are. We have Massimo Gariba, who is Deputy Director General in the Directorate General for Energy at the European Commission. Welcome. Also, Yves Desbizel, Director General of Nuclear Europe, and Yves Der, GMF Europe. So welcome to all three of you. Unfortunately, Pierre-Jean Coulon could not be with us today for personal reasons, but we have lots to discuss. So I would like to welcome to the table, if they are in the room, let's hope so, our first rapporteur from the World Cafe, Mr. Molnar.
Hello, good afternoon, Susanna, dear panel members, ladies and gentlemen. So it's my honor to present to you the outcome or the result of the first afternoon panel. The topic of the ecosystem of the nuclear sector fit for decarbonization and healthcare. First, I have to thank the participants who contributed in the very lively and inspiring debate on this topic, and special thank Mr. Lasnovsky to moderate that session. That time was flying so fast during the session, so I have to excuse for my death due to miss to summarize by the end of that session what the contributors mentioned, so I would like to do so right now. Let me start with my personal feeling on the discussion. It sounds me like an alarm or a wake-up call. We heard very strong concerns about whether the current and existing ecosystem is fit for nuclear energy or not. So there were views, some was rather skeptic, and the other view, skeptic and pessimistic, but the other views were not also duly satisfied, of course. So we can conclude as a common agreement or common point in the debate that the current ecosystem should be revised because it is, as it is right now, it does not fit for the nuclear energy in the coming decades. We can also hear, we could also hear during the debate that speakers or participants mentioned that the last 2 decades was absolutely wasted or it was on the wrong track, and then it should be revised. And the solution, so how to revise, certainly the opinion and the views were diverging. And another, let's say, common element that what many contributors mentioned, that we need a strong political signal to change the direction, and also we have to change the environment, we have to change the framework, and the way of the change is top-down, and we really have to listen, and we have to give the chance to the policymakers to initiate this changing. And also it was mentioned a number of times that the strategy should be reassessed. And then there were different views on how they assess the future for the nuclear. There were different views whether is it too expensive, and whether the revenue or the return of the investment, is it feasible or just very hard to get the investment. Certainly there were different views whether the calculation when it compared to the renewable, is it justified or not, because some cost elements like the system integration cost but not always calculated. And also then in case of the renewables, sometimes the installed capacity and finally the produced electricity is a difference. There is a difference by an order of magnitude. So then the two views in this ecosystem topic was, let's say, based on a kind of skeptic view, and also there was a more proactive or positive view who bring, for instance, good example, or let's say kind of best practices. Namely, there was mentioning the Mancala project, but the Mancala model, sorry, and also the speakers or the contributors mentioned the necessity of the market reform in terms of the electricity price, and then they emphasize the issue and the importance of the price stability. There is also very important to hear that there are contributors who emphasized the nuclear challenges. There are obvious advantages of the nuclear energy, and sometimes the advantages of the nuclear energy is not really transparent and not really visible. So speakers also emphasize that that it is very important to improve the awareness of the importance and the positive effects of the nuclear energy. So the speakers also mentioned the comparison between the renewable and the nuclear is not really fair. And there were an example that a huge amount of the money was pumped in the last decades to the renewables. And if we compare the needs for the next decades to the nuclear energy, then it does not seem so hopeless. And I also have to say something about the second part of the topic, because the ecosystem is not only for the nuclear energy, but also the healthcare. And the ecosystem in terms of nuclear energy, in terms of the healthcare for nuclear energy, this is totally totally different comparing to the nuclear energy. So in terms of the role of nuclear in the healthcare, is certainly there is not dividing, and we can say there is a consensus because it's obvious for all the parties and in EU member states that the radioisotopes play a very important role in the modern healthcare in terms of the diagnosis and therapy, and this view is also reflected in the adopted Commission plan on beating on cancer and the Samira. Certainly, the ecosystem is in case of the healthcare, there are also challenges, so it's not so smooth. The challenges are different. The biggest issue in this case is the aging research reactors. So we need to build new research reactors to provide the supply of the radioisotopes. And also, it was emphasized that the Russian dependence in terms of the radioisotopes, this is something what we have to reduce. This is very clear after the war in Ukraine. And just, let's say, finally, to conclude my short summary, there was also one important element what the speakers mentioned in this panel, in this World Cafe roundtable discussion, that the renewables could also bring new kind of dependence. And this new kind of dependence is also very risky, that we can have the same error what we had when we rely on the Russian gas. And now maybe we can rely on the on the Chinese production of the renewables, namely, for instance, the solar panels. So this is, let's say, my short summary on this very interesting discussion of one of the most interesting and challenging topic on nuclear energy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carlos Monreal. Thank you. So please welcome onto the stage next, Mr. Pascal.
Yes, thank you. And I'm also very honored to be able to report about the session regarding the advantage from cyclotron versus research reactor in the field of production of radioisotopes. Thanks especially to Alina Matsuturono, our moderator, which managed to grab and to make very interactive session, small groups, but a lot of information were provided. So I think that's the main point. My colleague Koros was talking about a wake-up call, but I think for production of radioisotopes is more an alarm that we should ring at the moment. You know that the production of radioisotopes so far in Europe, it's mainly based on research reactor. And these research reactors, they are all aging. They are more than 50 or close to 60 years old. And so if you don't do anything in 2 decades, they will stop. And then we will not have any more this production. Of course, there is a growing up production of isotope coming from cyclotrons, but they are different. There are different type of isotopes for different purposes. So what's coming out of the discussion today, that with the growth that is expected for the needs for radioisotopes in Europe, and it was well presented by the speaker at the beginning during this impulse speech, we need both. We need everything that is available at the moment, because health is something extremely important for the European citizen. Having the possibility to provide them the right diagnosis, the right treatment for cancer, it's really something mandatory. And with the situation at the moment, we see that, of course, there are new projects like Palace Reactor, the Jura Horowitz is being built, but still we are running the risk of having clear difficulty. Something which was highlighted also during the impulse speech, that building and financing a new research reactor cannot be done at the moment based on private investment. You need support from the public sector, and that's what's going on in the Netherlands for that. I was saying that, okay, there are different types of radioisotopes produced, and there is a lot of hope with new ones that are coming on the market or under development at the moment. But even if some are classically used, the new ones and the new production method that could help to deliver this still sometimes need to be proven. Coming back to the research reactor, one element that really was very interesting in the discussion regarding research reactor again. 50 years ago, when the nuclear program started in Europe, in several places, research reactors were built because it was the first step to learn nuclear, to develop what was needed for the next step, nuclear power plants, so to train the people, to take some material and so on. But now we see that in many countries, the country will go to nuclear, they will build nuclear power plants, but they will not build research reactor. And so the advantage of having this research reactor built for another purpose and then producing radioisotopes start to disappear as well. So that's also something to consider, that the situation is changing, and mainly now they are focusing on radioisotope production. The price, of course, of this radioisotope is an issue. Like I said, there was a study done in the past from the OECD ENEF, for example, on what we call the full cost recovery model, so to look really from the construction of new reactor to the end for the full chain about what would be exactly the cost and the impact on radioisotopes. And it was clearly showing that then if we integrate everything, then the price that the patient will need to pay will be much higher. There was some issue also that were already highlighted a few minutes ago by my colleague Koros, and that came from the other panel. There is also some need of course, for trained people, skilled people for any kind of production, radioisotope or cyclotron, because there is also a competition between different targets. And there are some difficulty, for example, linked to fuel. The fuel of the current research reactor, some of the targets, some are coming from the Russian Federation. So all these elements together create a situation which is really difficult, and really some anticipation is needed. Of course, we see other possibility. There are some start, I think, for certain type of power plant to produce also some of the isotope that could be needed in the future. But that's already the beginning. So we have to encourage that, but would it be sufficient to cope with the need? That's where we don't know. I think one of the key messages that we need to keep that in the field of radioisotope production, Europe has been a leader since years. And we need to continue, and that was coming from the discussion, to create the right framework within Europe to keep this leadership and to provide the isotopes to the patient. So there need some political backup or some initiative really to push that forward, and that's needed very urgently. Of course, we can build on the Samira initiative, on the European Radioisotope Valley initiative, which are really supporting that, but probably, and that was coming from the discussion in the audience, we need more to be sure that we will be ready on time to produce and to provide the right treatment and diagnosis to the European citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now please, can you welcome up Mr. Tusek? Welcome.
So thank you very much. Indeed, I'm honored to report to you about the outcomes of the roundtable discussions on Generation 4 reactors, which was kindly moderated by Martin L. from the Czech Economic Daily. We had quite attended sessions with around 30 participants in both. In our discussions, I would say there were two main leitmotifs and areas that we explored. First, we discussed whether these technologies would, in fact, be ready soon enough to be able to contribute to our energy goals. So in this sense, we also discussed how possibly we could accelerate the progress in the development of these technologies. In this context, it was pointed out that Generation 4 should be connected to envisaged and future applications such as industrial heat applications, hydrogen production, or steelmaking to specifically help to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors. Generation 4 has indeed been included in the taxonomy, which can certainly help, but the consensus was that that would not be enough. The uranium price is considered too low to act as a motivator for further development alone. And even though there are indeed a few projects which have already attracted significant funding, generally it is still seems to be not sufficient. It was pointed out in our discussions that to provide more convincing case and real industrial perspective, we would need to first build a few demonstrators and prototypes. But it was said that we would need, apart from more funding, also more courage in decision-making processes to go ahead. The second topic which we explored and reflected on was on whether Generation 4 technologies are in fact attractive and convincing to engage young students and researchers, whether hence they can also sufficiently motivate their career choices. We heard several times today that more talent is needed, and in our discussions We therefore explored what could be the potential benefits for young generation to become more involved in Generation 4. It was pointed out that Gen 4 could sometime appear far away and with insecure future, so possibly also then with insecure career prospects and uncertain pay in comparison with other high-tech industries. However, it was also highlighted that due to their innovative nature, these projects can also naturally attract young people as they offer them an opportunity to contribute to the resolution of key societal challenges, such as climate accountability, sustainability, or waste management. But it was also emphasized several times that we cannot overpromise, and we need to manage the expectations of young people well. It was said that Gen 4 is indeed a good research topic, but indeed possibly with uncertain immediate industrial future. So overall, we had very engaging and lively discussions, and I think this also provides a testimony of the interest and engagement in the topic. So with this, thanks indeed to Martin for kindly moderating, and indeed to all who participated actively in these debates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Zuzana Petrovikova.
I get to be the last again. And we could entitle our session as Making Nuclear Cool Again. So first, let me start with the problem or the vicious cycle that we've identified. We were surprisingly conclusive in the end. So the image of nuclear energy is right now as old, last century, far from reality industry with a focus on decommissioning, or as some have coined it, grave diggers, rather than constructing something that solves issues for the future. Somebody gave the example, which I found really pertinent, of trains. Trains also still use technology that was invented a long time ago. We still use the trains. They are modern now. We still like them. We don't think of them as outdated. So this image leads to lack of interest in educational programs. We don't have students. We don't have teachers. There's no funding because you don't need funding for a program where you have 0 students. So therefore, these students that grow up don't give much policy support to policies that are favorable for nuclear energy, which leads to the vicious cycle that I mentioned. So right now, what we're seeing is that nuclear engineers or the experts and the nuclear industry is competing with IT or civil engineering, which offer much more attractive salaries and conditions. So on to the solution now. So we start with a clear indication that nuclear has a role to play in the solutions for the future, thereby generating interest in students, including it in educational programs, helping children and students to understand it, to demystify it, and to see its contribution for the future and the things that we are solving right now. Ideally, elected politicians will be from this group or from this electorate, which will then adopt policies in support of the development of nuclear, which will generate more interest, more students, more experts. And here we might want to add that we're not just talking about nuclear engineers, but there are other fields such as geochemistry, radiochemistry, radiology, etc. So the conclusion is we are all responsible, and people will come if they see the future in nuclear energy. Thank you.
Thank you all of you. So Zuzana Petrovikova, Kamil Tusekila, Pascal, and also Kolos Molnar. So what do the Impulse speakers who we heard from earlier think about what they've heard? Please do come up one by one. First of all, Leon Zizelic.
So thank you very much. I'm a little bit surprised of being the first one, but okay. Let's make this very fast. When it comes to the choice of people to go for schools, there are usually two main drivers. One is the so-called curiosity. Curiosity would generate enough people to replenish the academia in the long term. So you can count always that there will be at least one guy trying to study nuclear per 1 million people, so you can count there will be somebody who will be around. Now, if you would like to run a business, then you have to generate a need or something like that. Maybe it shall look sexy for more people to join the crowd. How do we make the nuclear sexy again? A challenge for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now please do welcome to the stage David Oerling, who's Deputy Head of the Mission of the Dutch Embassy in Prague for the Netherlands. And David is deputising for Jan van den Heuvel, who spoke to us a little earlier. So David's going to come and give us his view on what he's heard. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much also for the explanation, because you, of course, haven't seen me before on this panel today. Thanks, first of all, to the organizers for also focusing on nuclear medicine today. That was, from our perspective, a very important side of what you discussed. I have 3 points, and I think all the speakers so far have, well, sort of were heartening to me because they alluded to a number of them. So, firstly, my observation would be that nuclear energy and nuclear medicine have a lot in common, and I especially think of this need to renew the infrastructure, which has been alluded to a couple of times just now, because it's so hard to imagine that Europe would have to depend on third countries for example, supplies of medical isotopes, especially after what we've seen happen in Ukraine since February. Secondly, it's also the government of the Netherlands has taken a preliminary decision to renew the facility in Petten, the Palace project. I think that's a very important signal to everyone, and I, just from personal observation, would like to add, it's not a Dutch project, it can't be. We need to work together on this because so many trusted partners deal with the same issues. So my colleagues who regrettably had to leave a little bit early are ready to work with everybody to make it a success. Second point and third point will be shorter. I know this should be a prompt response. Number 2 is the emphasis on retaining talent, knowledge and skills, making sure we have new generations of experts, researchers, etc. Indeed, very important. And thirdly, also making nuclear cool again. That's maybe a bit of a stretch in the short run, but indeed, public acceptance of nuclear is so important. It's something we have to continuously work on, whether we're from government, from business, or from academia. We have to explain it, and we have to explain why it is important. So, thank you for your attention on this late Friday afternoon.
David, thank you very much, David Rowling. And then finally, please, can we welcome back up to the stage Miroslav Lopor, who had a really provocative statement that I'm sure provoked lots of great debate in the session. So, Miroslav, I'd really like to ask you if you are still of the opinion that nuclear is a dying dinosaur.
Thank you for that question. It would be dumb or unprofessional to change a statement after a 30-minute discussion. So I still concur that European nuclear industry is a dying dinosaur. I would have to thank you for the organizers to have a very nice format for the discussion, because I was meant to be provocative. I delivered on that part, and now I will play a second part of the devil's advocate. I'm hearing a very positive notes here on the conference. The industry has a chance, has an opportunity, has a future. At least we have to renew what we already have. But on the other hand, I'm hearing quite a lot of dissatisfaction or antagonism that we are left behind, we are not being heard. We are the right experts and the right engineers to solve the crisis. And and probably you've seen it in my presentation, I'm saying the time for decision is now. Now is the time to action. And my advice, my conclusion from what I've heard is, if you don't like how the table is set, turn the table. Now it's really about you going out and making the things happen. We heard today that in 70s or 80s we were able to build nuclear power plants in 4 years. We have the support, we have the talents, we have the cool vision. It was a cool industry. Make that happen again. And also I was hearing quite a lot today, we need public support, we need politicians to act, we need commission to act. All those people are influence how we talk, who we talk with, how we argue, or how we care, what are their needs and their mistrust. So again, and that's my conclusion, try to act on the faith we were given by the politicians, bring a solution and help us to make it nice and cool again. Probably that's my final thought.
Thank you very much, Miroslav Lepore. Really, really useful contribution, because we certainly need to have that devil's advocate view. And let me bring in our panel now. Again, I'd just like to remind you who they are. So Massimo Gariba, Deputy Director General responsible for the coordination of Euratom policies in the Directorate General for Energy at the European Commission. Welcome. Also Yves Dare from GMF Europe. Yves is the Emergency Coordinator of the municipality of Beveren in the north of Belgium, and Beveren hosts the nuclear power plant of Doel. And Yves has contributed to a variety of nuclear emergency exercises. And also Yves Desbaillet, who is Director General of Nuclear Europe. And Monsieur Desbaillet has been involved in lots of different businesses at EDF, from nuclear engineering to hydro and thermal power projects. So welcome to you all. So let's talk about, I think, spark off with perhaps what we just heard about whether nuclear is a dying dinosaur, and what do we do about that? I mean, if you'd like to take that question, first of all, Massimo, would you like to reply to that devil's advocate view?
I will take it a little bit on the side, and I will make a final remark on that. So I hope I will not disappoint you. Let me first of all thank all the people that are here in this late Friday afternoon, the Czech government for co-organizing with the Commission this ENEF, which is in presence again, which I very much appreciate, and all my colleagues that have made this possible. We are in a crisis. Over there they are fighting and throwing bombs. Here we are just in a crisis. It's a big difference, huh? And a crisis means that we have opportunities. If you look at it, we need to turn always what is a disadvantage into an opportunity. And what is the opportunity here? The opportunity is that we have a source of energy which is dispatchable, is secure, has some weaknesses here and there. I will say a few words about it. But it has to be recognized that is a clear partner for our overall overarching objective, which is decarbonization. So what are the ingredients? When I was listening very carefully to the discussion in the ecosystem, I was here in listening mode in the panel, and I have a few keywords that I have jotted down during the discussion. And the first is for my good friend Yves, the second one, which is industry. And he will not be surprised to hear that for me the keywords for industry are schedule and budget. These are the two keywords that I'm afraid I keep repeating since a few years. I know that I'm boring, but they keep applying very consistently in Europe. I've also heard one very isolated voice, but I think it should be a more consistent voice about the challenges that are linked to the licensing. There are many challenges which are linked to the licensing. There are challenges that are going to become more evident if we are going to move into serious production. And if all the hype of the SMRs, on which I will talk in a moment, are going to be transformed into, construction, I think that the issue of licensing is a key issue that needs to be touched and resolved. And I have to say that I would like to have had a more virulent debate about the issue of licensing. Because, of course, supply chain licensing are key issues that are linked to budget and timing. It's not that the industry works on...
In fact, that was part of the debate in the session this morning for SMRs about whether the licensing blockage was really holding that up.
And let's see. Now, let me spend a word on the SMR, because this is also something that seems to animate the debate a lot, and I'm afraid at the moment it animates only, how can I say, the industry that follows conferences, not the industry that builds the SMRs. And I think that this will have to change. And I have been consistently saying that we need prototyping quickly, and we need deployment of prototyping. And I would actually, split the debate in two and say that exactly because we need that, we should concentrate, and this is what we are trying to do with the SMR partnership, I think. We should concentrate on what is buildable today, and then, reflect on the future on what needs to be built later. On research reactors and cyclotron, I think that I heard a good statement. It has to be cooperation and non-competition, because the uses are completely different. And I think also that, indeed, because there is such a difficult situation with the aging infrastructure, there has to be a cooperative approach in identifying which type of infrastructure are needed in Europe. And let's be clear, the dependence on Russian materials, both in the production of electricity and in the SMRs, and in the research reactors, it is a risk that we need to tackle, and we need to tackle urgently. There is no reason why they are closing our gas and they are keeping open our nuclear fuel. I want to say this very clearly in this forum. The last word I would say, before talking about the dinosaur, if you allow me, is a couple of words about education. I think education is an absolute need and an absolute must if you want to create an ecosystem and an environment where afterwards an industry can thrive. I think that, if you allow me, if I look at my country, which I left just the year after the Chernobyl accident in 1987, there is no local nuclear industry, but there are lots of nuclear engineers that work both in fission and in fusion. So it's a very interesting, separation between what you do indigenously and all these people that go everywhere in the world to actually work on this subject. So of course the presence of a strong local industry is an incentive. The second thing that you need to have, because education is not enough, in my view, is that you need to have communication and you have to have communication consistently. And it's difficult. I heard it, and I heard it this morning, and I heard it yesterday in a different context, in another meeting in which I was. Communication is difficult because you have to talk to different groups of people who have different interests. So you cannot imagine that you can pass the same message at a specialist conference like this one as you can have it if you speak on TV. It is a very different thing. And the third thing that you need, and I think that in Europe we have extremely good example of that, is the involvement of society. This, I think, is an essential component for the acceptance of the power plants, of the infrastructure, and as well for the management of the waste. And I think that in Finland and in Sweden, they have done an absolutely excellent work in this sense, and I look forward to having, the first repository working soon there. So, if I come to the dinosaur may be dying, but my question is, has the dinosaur laid eggs? Because if it has, there may be little ones which will grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me pass the baton on to Yves. What's your take on this? Do you agree? Do you think the dinosaur has laid enough eggs?
Well, thank you for having me, first of all, and thank you for having GMF, the group of municipalities for nuclear facilities. It's not very common that the local level is actually involved in high-level meetings like this, but we actually cherish the renewed interest that the European Commission shows towards the local municipalities. We really feel this and we appreciate it. We also saw it at EEA, like last week we were invited at a technical meeting, the first of a kind in Vienna at the EEA for and mayors and the representatives of local municipalities. They all joined in Vienna to discuss on stakeholder management. That was a really, really important turning point. We feel here that this is a turning point as well, being able to. So I'm an emergency coordinator. And I asked why I'm in this panel, because I'm GMF, of course, but as an emergency coordinator, actually, I acknowledge that we are in a crisis. And in a crisis situation, I've been in many crisis situations, we don't have the luxury to discuss a lot. We have to make decisions. Not making a decision in a crisis situation is the worst. Sometimes we only have 3 options, and none of them are the excellent ones or the good ones, but we have to make a choice, because not making a choice is the worst, actually. So that's, as an emergency coordinator, I know I'm very familiar with audiences that really want to go home, actually, as they are evacuated, and their first thing is they want to go home. But I have some takeaways from the previous days, like yesterday evening was really interesting as well. But yesterday and today we discussed all these great opportunities and challenges in nuclear. But if you want recycling, if you want Gen 4, SMR, isotopes, and all other techniques in the future, then we need the will to talk about nuclear opportunities and even learn to embrace it again. I think today we felt convergence on that. Convergence is one of these words that we heard throughout the conference. But taking it to the local level, in our hosting municipalities, our family and friends, they work and live around the facilities. We see that these people even tend to become ambassadors of nuclear because they seem to be the most informed citizens and are at ease with it. Also, the existing hosts learned on the fly. we didn't have anything to say about where the nuclear power plant is. Now you have the opportunity with new builds to engage these local municipalities. Stakeholder engagement should stay on top of mind in the nuclear renaissance, and you shouldn't take acceptance for granted. It's an iterative process, ongoing. We will need nuclear for energy production, for medical isotopes, food security needs, and we will have to deal with the nuclear legacy, waste management. That's key. Radioactive waste is a pending issue for most countries, also the ones without nuclear production. And again, public participation is a precondition for a transparent and successful search for a repository site. The affected regions and local communities need to see that the process is transparent, that they have had opportunities to be listened to be involved in the process and influenced more or less the outcome. But as we go to these communities, we don't only write papers or do research, we actually go to these communities, we visit each other's municipalities, and these local communities involved tell us they are at ease and even happy with the outcome. People just want policymakers to decide, not to stall things. I was with a mayor from Canada last week, and she just got a message that the final repository in Canada was postponed for another year. She was flabbergasted. Her people were flabbergasted. They don't need the 10th researcher coming at their house with a questionnaire. They need a decision, not promising things, over-promising things. That's where you lose people. But we are supposed to be in the center of a clean energy transition. That's the key point as well. It's according to European directives. And actually, this should also be the case for nuclear. They should be included more, like Canada made this statement last year. It is clean energy. That's clearing the floor for open thoughts. Local communities, we can and want to help contribute to a more decarbonized energy system. For the transition towards this, we need younger generations to become and stay interested in nuclear, but then they need to feel that they can be part of the solution. And thus, we need to show them that we have these solutions. Finland and Sweden, as mentioned, they are already part of the solution. They decided on their final repository. Switzerland chose Nagra to be part of the solution, if the referendum turns out positive for the solution. This morning we heard about the joint Czech and Slovakian propositions. It's promising, but let's promote nuclear among young generations. And we have some of them here in the audience. We had some in Sweden on a conference. We had a lot of them at the IAEA meetings, very promising. People from Nigeria, Ghana, Egypt, from all over the world, Kenya, they were proud to be involved, and they thought it was a privilege. We need nuclear scientists that want to work on solutions. People need an honest approach with all benefits and all challenges addressed to. We must talk openly about uncertainties in a scientific way. Not only about your fine techniques. We have an SMR and you shouldn't look at it for the next 30 years. Don't overpromise. Talk about uncertainties. That's what science is about. We saw it in COVID and Corona, and then you have to address these uncertainties. Otherwise, there's no trust. So We must openly talk about uncertainties in a scientific way, in a fact-based way, always focused on solutions and with respect for whatever was decided. Coming back to the local, and finalizing, our nuclear communities already have a lot of knowledge and know-how, our hosting communities. So let's take advantage of that. No need to reinvent a wheel, but use the capacity built and the skills in these communities. We are host municipalities, and we will be for a long time. So we are your partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yves. And I'd like to pick up with what Yves saying about not making a decision is the worst. From industry point of view, that inaction or that standing on the fence, sitting on the fence, not making a decision, just how frustrating is it?
I need to put this on. So thank you for, first of all, to have this event being organized. I think it's this year is particularly well organized, and I think the debates went very well. So on that, I would like to congratulate all the organizers and the Czech presidency and the hosting country as well. First of all. So when it comes to the dinosaur, I think what should it be instinct will be instinct. And I think this is, I would say, the story of natural evolution, natural selection. If dinosaur has to be replaced by mammals, then it will be. So I will not struggle on this question of dinosaurs. I think we are, and I think on that I also heard this over the discussion today. Our industry is more and more under pressure of I would say, a bottom-up trend that we see from the public, which somehow managed to be convinced that nuclear should be in. This is what I can observe. And we see this happening in many countries in Europe and elsewhere. It comes also very often by young generations. So the boomers, I would say, are a little bit like the dinosaur being about to die. But the youngsters are now pushing hard on that, saying, okay, guys, we believe in what you say. Nuclear should be part of the mix, but now you have to deliver. And this question of how to deliver is not an easy topic. And I think from that, industry has really have to do its Copernican revolution. When the public says, okay, we need nuclear, but when can you deliver? And the answer is, sorry, but can you come back in 2037? I think the answer is wrong. We cannot afford to wait for such a long time. I'm not giving the solution. I know it's not easy, but it's really what we have to work hard on. On the question of ecosystem, I think ecosystem, for me, in the industry, nuclear industry means many things. It's a combination of different things. First of all, it's processes, organization, skills, workforce. All of that is really an imbricated thing that comes across industry, and that touch on many aspects and many organizations. So it comes from regulators, goes through supply chain, companies, operators, all of that. So all those organizations and even today the people around are part of this ecosystem. We need to be aware that we depend on pretty much, everything depends pretty much on other things in this industry, including health issues, but also the question of power production, research, and etc. So we see this at, I would say, continuum of things and not a separate issue. The question of knowledge and know-why, as right interestingly put by Leron, is also quite a significant thing. We have to think about the equation, but I think we have also to think about training altogether, because you have to educate people, but you have also to ensure that this knowledge I was talking about, which is an organizational knowledge, is something which is also transmitted to the next generations. And we have started the European fleet with some people who have retired today already. We know that in many cases, the people who have taken over from those people will also be the ones who are going to operate the plant up to the end, and maybe another generation again, if we go to 60, 80 years. So it shows that there is also a very important thing to bear in mind. It's education, it's training, it's reskilling, upskilling all the time. Technology is evolving, processes and organizations are evolving, and we have to make sure that safety is still around. So then supply chain, I said so, we need a supply chain which is up to date in terms of capacities, in terms of volume. So here it goes to the question of how we can build 80 or plus gigawatts of new installed capacity in the next 30 years. And I can tell you it's a real challenge. But the supply chain has also to be adapted to the new needs, new design, manufacturing 4.0, digitalization, everything. And because we are not going to build plants now as we built them in the late 70s. So the question now is how to deliver. As I say, I don't have the silver bullet on that. We believe a lot in, for example, collaboration. And collaboration across Europe. So I think this was also mentioned by Massimo. This European SMR pre-partnership that we're going to try and turn into a partnership is a good example of what could be done at European level together in order to build something together. And there are a lot of challenges. Massimo quoted the question of licensing is one of those, but supply chain is another one. And so I think it's something we really have to tackle as Europeans. We have the capability, we have the knowledge, we have the capacity, the skills to do that. Let's do it. Then the question of Generation 4, there is clearly it's a clearly important thing to prepare for the future. Can discuss what Generation 4 is. For example, fast breeder reactors are Generation 4, but which are really being operating for years. But still, there are new designs that could come into place. And on that, we also need to trigger innovation. We see a lot of interesting initiative from some startups who try to come up with new ideas. And I think it's very interesting signal of those days, something we didn't see even 3-4 years ago. A lot of things like Nuclearo or Naria or many other, I would say, companies which are basically developing concepts. And I think on that we have to be behind them, support them, because this is also, I would say, the story of an innovative industry which is still, in a way, in its infancy today. It was reminded also that we are, we are already at the early stage of nuclear. We can have a lot of things to say. This industry has many things to say in the years to come. On that, I will leave it as it is. I think we can, or maybe would like just to quote Commissioner Carrie Simpson this morning, because I think it was interesting presentation she made. So future for nuclear looks bright, but despite challenges, and we need everybody on board to take them over.
Take them up, sorry. Thank you. Just before we move on to the final part of this afternoon, I'd just like to ask you all one final question. If you had a sink plunger to try and unblock the blockage that you've got in the pipes at the moment when it comes to the acceleration of the technology needed and the results needed. What would that sink plunger be? What would you want to unblock first? What could the key action that would make a difference be? Even I can start with you.
I don't believe in one bright idea coming from after White Night or whatever. So I think it's a combination of different things, and we at my level, at your Nuclear Europe level, together with, I would say, EU institutions, one of the things we have to do is to give confidence to the industry. This is my role, but I think we need stability. We need making sure that, to be sure that we have all agreed that this is the way forward, and we have to try it. I think decision, but I think support also. It's, you know, political support, political affirmation is also key. And this is what we see today in many countries, where you see more and more people who are convinced. And the fact that people who are convinced is already an interesting step forward. I'm not saying that it solves everything, because we see a lot of problems in the industry on cost and planning control. I think on that we need also, and it's part also of the story, we need a plan. We need a full program. We need to say, okay, we need 80 gigawatts. How are we going to deliver this? Stop discussing and now delivering. It's part of the story also. It's a way to mobilize everyone.
Okay, thank you. Yves, what is your sink plunger?
Well, I think I already addressed it. I think we need a change in attitude, how we look at nuclear and how we communicate about nuclear. I had this really interesting presentation last week at the IEA of the communication officer there, and she actually told us, well, we look at nuclear with one eye, just one eye only. We were talking about all the hazards and all things that are dangerous. Actually, in my municipality, where I live, the first encounter of our children is a siren with nuclear. And that we tell them at school that when something happens, then you have to shelter. And then you have to do, people have to leave their children at school because the teacher knows what to do. That's what we were talking about. We were having projects in the schools about what to do with an emergency. You should do that, but you have to open the other eye as well. And you should talk about all the benefits. It's not only an all hazards approach. It should be an all benefits and all opportunities approach. We should talk about isotopes and everything like that. How do you want people to go and choose for nuclear as their study or as their work environment if you only talk about the hazards and the only place they think they will end up is at the nuclear power plant. It's really cool at the nuclear power plant. So we have to talk about, we have to open our eyes and communicate about that in a really good and modern fashion. There's this whole vibe going on in Scandinavia. I met a lot of people in Sweden. Carl was one of the people there presenting. You have so many people, and actually nuclear is cool. And you should watch the TEDx of Isodope and follow her on Twitter, because it's really happening. Maybe you don't see it, but open your eyes and work with it.
Thank you. And finally, Massimo.
Thank you. Yves said stability. I would say consensus. Because if you have to have something that runs for 4 generations or 100 years, you need a very wide consensus to have it there. And once you have consensus, I think I said it before, you need first movers, people who actually do it. And then I think you are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you on the panel. It's been a really great discussion again today. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you. I'd just really like to sum up, really. I mean, from my point of view, coming here for the first time, it's the first ENEF conference that I've attended. And the message that I'm getting from some of you, many who've actually attended these conferences since right at the beginning, is that there is a lot of hope in the air. Hope that the next generation of engineers will be inspired. Hope that public attitudes are changing, and hope in the latest nuclear technologies and the growing acceptance that big or small, we need them all. But it is clear that we're facing a wake-up call. That alarm bell is ringing, yet there is still a lack of decision-making that is so frustrating among so many of you. I can really sense that. So it's clear that the dinosaur, it may be dying, it may have laid eggs, but actually those eggs need to be hatched. And so that work needs to be done now to make that happen. So thank you to all of you. And I'd just like to finally invite onto the stage one man who really has been working very hard to try and make that happen. That's Jan Panek, who's the Director of Nuclear Energy, Safety and ITER from the Director General for Energy at the European Commission. Hello there, Jan. So he's previously served since 2005 as Head of Unit in the Directorates General for Energy and for Justice and Consumers of the European Commission. So he's been hugely instrumental in making this event so relevant and thought-provoking. So he has to have the final word. Over to you, Jan.
Thank you, Susanna. So now I can only fail, given that it's Friday afternoon and everybody wants to go home. But it's quite impressive to have still so many people in the room, and many thanks for your staying power. It's a great opportunity for me to be actually here to close the proceedings of the whole day. So I will not go back to the individual topics, neither for the afternoon, although the panel is still there. But I'd rather take the big look. But first of all, I want to really thank everybody for their active participation throughout the day and for their staying power. The room is still almost half full, which is quite impressive. We had a little, almost a bet with Massimo as my boss. And on the way in the morning, I think he stood by the third or fourth row of the tables and he said, if the room is filled up to here at the end of the day, you will get a bottle of champagne. And I think it's more than that. The only problem is that you are all spread all across the room, so I cannot prove to him that I earned the bottle of champagne, you know. So if you came all up front, I would have probably won. So many thanks to all of you, really, for being here. And thanks to all the organizers, everybody who has been involved in the long preparatory stage. Many have been mentioned, but not everybody, so I want to make sure that we recognize, first of all, the great support of the Czech hosts who obviously arranged for this wonderful venue, but also for all the hospitality throughout the day and also last night, and also for the presence of the high-level speakers in the morning. So many thanks to Tomáš Eller, especially, who is here still as Vice Minister from the Czech Ministry. Also, many thanks to the team of colleagues from DG ENER, the team under the lead of Susanna here, who was one of the rapporteurs throughout the day, and many of the rapporteurs that you saw worked with her really throughout the last 8 or 9 months to make it happen here today. And also many thanks to all the speakers, the moderators, and also the rapporteurs for taking turns during the day in the discussions and bringing the messages back to the plenaries and really making sure that the discussion was as wide as it could be on topics, so that it captured all the different aspects of nuclear, and also as lively and as interesting as it could have been. So you actually stayed all the way until now to hear the outcomes. And then final thanks to everybody who was involved in the so-called steering committee that we had together with the Czechs, the Slovaks, who will take turn next time, but also the different members of the stakeholder community, not only Nuclear Europe and GMF, but also others who are still there in the room. So many thanks to everybody. We wanted to give, why was the process so heavy that we had so many of these people involved and it took so many months? Well, we wanted to give this year's ENEF a bit of a different twist. We wanted to test a new format, consisting of these world cafes in which you sorry for that, had to go from one room to another and move between different sessions. And this was all done not just to keep you alive throughout the day and make sure that you don't doze off there in the back of the room, but it was done because we wanted to really have ENEF as a discussion forum. It has the word forum in its title, and we wanted to make sure that it was a forum, it was a place where people came and actually exchanged ideas. It should allow for a debate, and it should also show that nuclear topics and nuclear as a subject is a topic that can stand a debate, can stand an exchange of views, can also withstand public scrutiny and comparison of arguments and numbers and figures. And I think we also wanted to show that nuclear is something about which you can have communication. I think it was also said this afternoon in the panel, communication as opposed to broadcasting. Communication as a process where people actually talk to each other, try to listen to each other, and try to integrate in their minds whatever it is that they hear from the other side, as opposed to broadcasting, which is just one-way process. So I think in that respect, I dare to say that we have succeeded, and it's to the credit of all of you who are here that you made it happen, and many thanks to all of you. It was a long day. But we also have gone a long way from the beginning, from the early morning speeches that we had, very inspiring speeches from the political leaders, all the way until the conclusions of each of the panels in the morning and also in this afternoon. I think it was worth doing it now that ENEF, after 2.5 years, came to meet again after such a long period of COVID-inspired isolation. We come together at a moment when the nuclear sector is coming not only out of the pandemic, but also going through a crisis that is even heavier. And it's clear and it's inevitable that the aggression, Russia's aggression of Ukraine did actually provide an important dimension or important context for the discussions here. Now, the discussions were lively and obviously went in all kinds of directions which were not anticipated by us, and so most of what was actually written in advance for me for the closing speech cannot be used. And I nevertheless want to pick up some of the points that have been summarized in the text. We discussed the role of nuclear energy in decarbonization. There's no point in repeating what has been already said several times today about how nuclear needs to be part of it, etc. Plenty of numbers and sort of factual preconditions have been mentioned. There's one number that I have not heard, and that nevertheless, for me actually, does very nicely illustrate the role of nuclear in decarbonization. It's a number that came at another event a couple of weeks back in Brussels, organized by Claude, who actually participated in the discussions today. At her event, there was one NGO, one member of the public, that came and said, do you know how much terawatt hours we would need in order to produce by electricity all the heat that actually currently is produced with other fuels? It's 3,000 terawatt hours a year. The total electricity generation in Belgium is 100 terawatt hours a year. You would need to have the capacity of 30 Belgiums in order to be able to actually, with decarbonized electricity, replace all the heat that is currently being produced by other energy sources. I don't know to this moment whether that number is correct. I assume it is because the gentleman who said it comes from a background where he pretty much knows what he's talking about. So if that's the case, I think that's a perfect case for any low carbon source, because it shows that you need them all, because there's no way you can actually get to that level of low carbon energy production with just one single source or family of sources. And for me, that sums up the debate that fascinates and animates so many discussions. Now, I want to resist the temptation to go on with the metaphor of dying dinosaur and eggs, because I think it has been now exploited to the full. And thanks to our friend from the consultancy that he actually planted that metaphor. But Nevertheless, I think we need to ask the question: what is the future of the nuclear sector? Can it be the same sector that we know that will provide the answers for the decarbonization of the future? And obviously, there are a few things that will determine the shape or the characteristics of the nuclear sector that can and would be able to be part of decarbonization efforts. One of those characteristics has been actually thrown at us by Russia's invasion. Does that invasion invalidate the decarbonization objectives? No, it just adds another aspect to them. We now know that we need decarbonization technologies which not only will be actually effective in driving deep decarbonization, but that will do it with the security of supply considerations in the mind. From that perspective, I think we have maybe missed a bit the recognition of the importance of the diversification of supplies of fuel, but also related services. It was mentioned here and there during the day, the fact that we are at the moment, as Europe, exposed to unreliable suppliers, not only when it comes to fuel, but also when it comes to some of the services, the fuel cycle-related services, conversion, enrichment. Because it was not mentioned, and because I'm doing conclusions of the day and not of the panels, I take the liberty of actually highlight it, because I think it's an important point that we also need to keep in mind. Diversification of supply, security of supply of fuel and of the services, which relates not only to nuclear as a source of power, but also relates to non-power uses of nuclear. We have discussed a lot today about radioisotopes and about the different ways of their production, but clearly the challenge of diversification of supplies and the importance of avoiding dependency on unreliable partners concerns also the non-power uses of nuclear and the radioisotopes for medical uses in particular. For that, as you know, Commission is doing a number of steps, or taking a number of steps under the Samira initiative that has been referenced a bit today, but maybe not enough, and therefore, again, it's something that I take the liberty of highlighting as an important action. Now, a lot was discussed also about new technologies, new nuclear technologies, and here I want to mention not only those related to radioisotopes that were part of the discussion in the afternoon, but something that was also discussed earlier in the morning session, SMRs and Generation 4. And I will spare you my views on SMRs, because I think we have discussed them a lot. For me, however, the promise of SMRs will only be realized if we have two things: if we have licensing and if we have series production that will allow for the economies of scale. Now, on licensing, there was a call for harmonization, for some sort of a Europeanization of the licensing process. It did not invite too many reactions from others, but the call was quite clear. On that, I think it is important to be clear what we are talking about. I would leave it with you as a question whether what we really need is harmonization, or whether we need optimization, recognizing that the licensing decisions remain in accordance with the applicable legislation, remain fully in the hands of the national authorities. So harmonization would be really a complete revolution. Is that the right way forward? Or are we really needing an optimization of the licensing process that will actually allow for sharing of experience, sharing of data, so that one licensing authority can actually be moving ahead in full knowledge and with full exploitation on what other licensing authorities actually have been doing. This is what the SMR partnership that Yves has mentioned is trying to achieve, and maybe that may be the most effective way forward in order to get SMRs off the ground as quickly as Massimo was saying. We need them, and as the Commissioner was saying, sorry, I should have said the Commissioner first, of course. She was clearly saying we need SMRs by the beginning of next decade. So there is no time for experimenting. There is time for taking what is available and quickly driving in through the process. And the same applies to the industry supply chain. Call has been made for standardization. Do we need standardization, or do we rather need to make sure that we industrialize the series production so that there is quickly an effective economies of scale process put in place? So that's for the promise of SMRs. Second, the promise of Generation 4. Generation 4 was one of the topics of the World Cafes. It's interesting that when you come to talk to Generation 4, every time you actually have a discussion on Generation 4, there is a new, at least for me, as still a layman, there is always some sort of a new fantastic technology that comes. At least to me, it's always a new concept. While actually the promise of Generation 4, for me, is all about closing the fuel cycle. It's all about actually finding a new technology, really new generation of technologies that will, through closing the fuel cycle, have a response to the waste problem that has been a subject of today, and that inevitably will have to be a big topic for years to come, because it's one of those ways of actually capturing the imagination of the public. If you don't have a reply to the waste issue, we are still the industry or the sector that may have all kinds of proposals and all kinds of solutions, but to which people will always come and say, yes, but. All this brings me to the final 2 points. One on investment. Well, actually, they are linked. Investment. A lot of discussions on investment today. There seems to be a magical number, because I just realized that the number of 350 billion is actually being mentioned also by the nuclear industry on the basis of PINC as the amount of investment that needs to go into the system. But it's also now, I hear, the figure that actually per annum needs to go into the whole transformation of the energy system. So in nuclear, we are talking about 350 over the whole period, and for the whole transformation of the system, we are talking about 350 billion per year. Well, maybe the number is correct, maybe it isn't, maybe taxonomy will help, maybe it will not. I don't think we need to have that discussion. What it really shows, that the numbers, the challenge is actually mind-boggling. Now, what we discussed today is that, however, the investment, even if you had the magic wand and you could actually print the money and pile them up here and have all those 350 billion, it would not bring you too far. You need what we called now this afternoon in the discussions the ecosystem. Now, I'm not going to go into the ecosystem debate, but it's clear that ecosystem is more than an investment. An ecosystem is the sine qua non without which the investment will actually not be effectively put in use. Now we have explored the different aspects of the ecosystem. Some of them were obvious, some of them, like education. We knew that this is an inevitable part, retention of expertise, etc. Some came as a new discovery, like the aspect of communication. Now, I would suggest to you that all these aspects of the ecosystem have one thing in common. None of them will actually deliver you an ecosystem if there is not a sense of purpose. Education without a sense of purpose is just an academic exercise. Communication without a sense of purpose is just blah, blah. So the ecosystem, having an effective ecosystem, will really require having a sense of purpose. Now, the electricity market reform offers an opportunity to have such a sense of purpose for nuclear. It's a one-off opportunity, it's a debate, it's a policy debate that is now on the table because of things that are completely external to the sector, but it offers an opportunity to the nuclear sector as well, to find its new sense of purpose. And that brings me to conclusion. The next forum will be in Bratislava, we hope. Let's hope that it will be again organized in a similarly and perhaps even better interactive format that will allow for exchange of views on the sense of purpose of nuclear. But I think we cannot wait until then. We need to have discussions inside the stakeholder community between now and then, so that when we come next time to Bratislava, we are not asking ourselves what is the sense of purpose, but we already come with suggestions what that could be. So with that little homework that you just earned by staying here long enough to listen to these conclusions, I want to really thank you for your participation, wish you a very nice rest of the day, and see you back in Bratislava when the next forum comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan, and thank you to everybody for taking part in such fruitful discussions today. It's really great to have had all of your interaction and involvement, because it wouldn't be the same without that. So thank you, thanks to the panel, and thank you to all of you for attending.